The December 8th, 2015 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
President Adair.
I am here.
Mr. Ansello. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Baroth. Ms. Boyce. Dr. Carbone. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mr. Delahanty. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Flagler Mitchell. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Haney. Mr. Howland. Ms. Cayley. Mr. John Lightfoot. Mr. Willie Lightfoot. Mr. Marionetti. Mr. Michike. Mr. Morelli. Dr. Quattro. Mr. Rocco. Mrs. Stick. Ms. Taylor. Mr. Turp. Mr. Tucciarello. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Yolovich.
Please stay seated at this time. It is my honor to introduce Pastor Lynette Sparks from God's Third Presbyterian Church, who's been invited here tonight by Legislator Dorothy Stick.
Let us pray. Almighty One, you are the source of all that is good. You gather people together in communities for mutual support and pursuit of the common good. And we give thanks for the blessings and gifts of this community in which we live and work. We give thanks for the people who inhabit this county and for those who have answered the call to leadership. Give us the will to combine our gifts and abilities and to put aside all that would divide us to work toward the welfare of all. Give each elected leader wisdom and a spirit of discernment as they deliberate issues and make decisions. Give them listening ears and thoughtful words. Give them presence of mind and an open heart. Strengthen them to govern with honesty, integrity, and justice. And help all of us to work with our elected officials so that all citizens of Monroe County may flourish, especially those who are vulnerable and in need. We offer you these, our petitions, on behalf of this community. Amen.
Legislators and guests, it's my great privilege tonight to introduce to you the 1st Marine Corps Recruiting District. I have Sergeant Ross here and Private Delatry is here tonight. They will be helping us as they present the flags of our country to us. And tonight, I would like Minority Leader Carrie Andrews to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. You've received a copy of the Journal of Day 13, November 10th, 2015. Without exception, that journal will stand approved as submitted. There is a hearing loop in place tonight to assist those who are hearing impaired. Anyone requiring assistance should inquire at the clerk's office.
If you have a cellular phone, pager, or other electronic devices in your possession, I would request that you make it inaudible for the duration of the meeting. Thank you for your cooperation.
Legislators, this is the last meeting of the 2012-2015 legislative session. Therefore, the referrals that are available to you will not be here until the organizational meeting, and some of you will be here and some of you will not, and you will get them then. So I'm glad to say that after 4 years of being seen that they're in your packet. at this time, I would like, it's a great honor of mine too, to introduce Mark Quinn from the Monroe County Parks Department. Mark is going to lead us tonight in the letting us know what the plan of the month is. Mark?
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Our plant of the month this month is Christmas cactus. They go by several names. You can buy them as Christmas cactus, Easter cactus, Thanksgiving cactus. The ones you're seeing up front are actually Thanksgiving cactus, which is Schlumbergia. It's the reason we use Thanksgiving cactus is because we have more colors available to us. True Christmas cactus actually have rounded edges, but there's really only one color they come in. They come in kind of a pinkish red. So usually what you're buying right now, if you're seeing a lot of colors, they've got little pointy edges on what you see as the leaves, which are actually modified stems. They're actually Thanksgiving cactus. That being said, these cactus can be forced into bloom at a multiple of times. We do it in the industry by altering the light, the time of the photo period, as well as the temperature. These will start coming into bloom with a 12-hour period of darkness. So actually it works pretty well around here if you actually take your plant and put it outside and bring it in sometime around the end of September. That'll tend to make it bloom around the right time. Although, like I say, the Thanksgiving ones will bloom a little earlier than this. If you have a true Christmas cactus, they'll bloom in December. And what you find is these plants are actually really long-lived plants. I know a lot of people who have their grandmother's Christmas cactus, and they're trusted with its care. They can grow for generation after generation. And what the biggest complaint I see about these is people will say, why doesn't mine look like that? Why does yours have all the blooms and mine doesn't? Well, that tends to be how you care for them when you get them to bloom. Like poinsettias, they don't like any light in their photo period. So if you put it in a room and you turn a light on for a couple hours, that'll mess with their bloom. So what they really need is temperatures down in the 50s and light periods of 12 to 14 hours of dark. So if you just put them in a dark room in the house after you bring them in, you put them in a windowsill, bright light, they should do fine. They don't particularly like to be moved once they're in bloom, so you can drop buds that way. As for being a cactus, we say they're a cactus, but really, and they are classified as a cactus, they're actually an epiphyte. They're a tropical plant that grows in rainforest-type environments. So you don't treat them like a cactus. They get treated more like an orchid would. They like indirect sunlight. They'll grow very well in that condition, but if you put them in direct sunlight out in your windowsill, you'll kind of burn them up. So they like that indirect thing, and they don't do particularly well in freezing temperatures, so you want to keep them away from doors and windows. Again, they're a great plant to have. They go for generation to generation, and the nice thing about it is if you can reproduce off of one of the cactus very quickly by just pinching off one of the stems and placing it in the soil, and it'll root pretty well. If you take it off, let it sit for a couple of days, and then put it in soil about a ½ inch in, they root very well. This plant in particular, I'm going to give to the President of the Legislature here for inviting us in month after month to talk about plants. We really appreciate it in Parks. He's made it nice for us. So this is for President Adair.
Listen, we have a lot of things we're going to go through tonight, all right? But these are important things. Tonight, I want to recognize Mark for helping me to do this for 4 years, Mark.
Amazing.
You and I have done this for 4 years, and I want to thank Larry Staub for letting us have you, letting us borrow you. I'm going to be gone. I don't know what's going to happen after this, but I know that the plan of the month was exciting to me. I believe that everybody learned something. Did we not? Dr. Carbone, yes? I'll get them out. So, on behalf of the County Ledge and myself, I wanted to present that plaque to you and say thank you for all your service.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Am I up? I'm up. Okay. I have a few introductions I'd like to make tonight before we move on to proclamations. I would like to say hello to the supervisor of the town of Greece, Mr. Bill Rylick. Thank you for showing up tonight. I would like to say hello to my good friend, an old colleague of mine, Supervisor of Penfield, Mr. Tony LaFountain, and his lovely wife, Lynn. It was fun in the back row, wasn't it, Tony? It was. It really was. And I would also like to introduce to all of you tonight, for 4 years I've had the opportunity and privilege of teaching government over at Churchville Child High School. And tonight, in a show of solidarity, I have probably the biggest group that's ever showed up here tonight. So would you all stand up, would you please, from Churchville Child High? I would like to say one thing about these people that are there, back there. Legislators, in your seats today, you are not only are you looking at future legislators, but if any of you would like to take a break tonight and let one of them fill in your seat, they are ready to go, all right? So, thank you. Thanks, guys. Tonight we have several proclamations that are scheduled. Madam Clerk.
Would representatives from the Brighton volleyball team please come forward? Also, President Jeffrey R. Adair and legislators Mary Valerio, Justin Wilcox, and Josh Baroth. Whereas volleyball is a sport that requires incredible dedication, effort, and teamwork. The Brighton volleyball team certainly excels in each of these areas and used that excellence to cap off a successful season with the highest state honor, a Division II championship. And whereas the Blue Barons, led by Coach Bradley Rosenbaum, finished both the regular season and the postseason with an undefeated record. The team went on to play for the Western New York title and defeated a Buffalo area team, giving them a pass to the state tournament. The Blue Barons faced off against teams from Oswego and Hopage, Long Island. In their final game for the state championship, Brighton defeated Hopage to be crowned the 2015 Division II Boys Volleyball Champions. And whereas the Brighton volleyball team proudly represented their school and their town. Brighton's Stefan McCall was named tournament MVP, and Ben Dela Cruz, Tristan Judd, and Evan Silver were named to the all-tournament team. Each team member contributed to their successful season and should be very proud of all they have accomplished. And whereas Monroe County is pleased to have such young athletes in our community, especially ones who also serve as role models in their town. We are confident they will translate these achievements today into more success down the road. Now, therefore, we, Jeffrey R. Adair, President, Mary Valerio, Legislator District 3, Justin Wilcox, Legislator District 14, and Joshua Baroth, Legislator District 24, on behalf of the entire Monroe County Legislature, do hereby recognize and congratulate the Brighton volleyball team on winning the 2015 Division II Boys Volleyball Championship. Congratulations.
I've been selected to speak. As you can see, we only have a few guys from our team here. Some people that aren't here are Brad, who is, of course, our coach. Amazing coach this year. We couldn't have done this without him. Stefan and Ben, who were mentioned as the sectional MVP and the state MVP, aren't here. They also played amazing. And I think this is really awesome. And I thank you all for recognizing our team. This experience has been unbelievable, and thank you guys for everything.
Would representatives from the Brighton field hockey team please come forward? Also, President Jeffrey R. Adair and legislators Justin Wilcox, Paul Haney, and Joshua Baroth. The Monroe County Legislature recognizes the Brighton field hockey team upon the successful conclusion of the 2015 season. Whereas it is the sense of this legislature to honor local sports teams that compete at a high level, demonstrating success and good sportsmanship on the field of play and character both on and off. And whereas, attendant to such concern and in full accord with long-standing tradition, this legislature is justly proud to honor the Brighton field hockey team upon the successful conclusion of its 2015 season. And whereas, following an 11-5 record in the regular season, Brighton field hockey went on to achieve its third successive Section 5 championship, the defeat of Section 6 rival Amherst, and its third successive finish in the state semifinals. And whereas, victory over Amherst, which enabled the team to continue its run of Final Four appearances, came in a thrilling fashion, with Brighton rallying to score the match's final 3 goals during the second half, with the game-winning score coming with only 32.9 seconds on the clock. And whereas this incredible level of success came to a young squad which had lost 15 members of last year's team to graduation, 8 of whom played at the collegiate level this season. And whereas the talented young athletes of Brighton are fortunate to be mentored and led by coaches Sean Metz and John Feltz. Coach Metz is a recent recipient of the Democrat and Chronicle and Compier's jointly awarded Coaches Who Care title, given in recognition of commitment to players that goes beyond only developing a winning team. Now, therefore, let it be known that we, Jeffrey R. Adair, President, Justin F. Wilcox, Legislator District 14, Paul Haney, Legislator District 23, and Joshua Baroth, Legislator District 24, honor Brighton field hockey's team members, coaches, dedicated assistants, and parents, and all others who made this season a success on this 8th day of December 2015. Congratulations.
First off, I just want to say thank you for this honor. It's been a true pleasure to coach this group of athletes and be involved with the Brighton Central School District and the Brighton Field Hockey Team. And thank you again for the honor this evening.
Pictures now. Congratulations, girls. Nice job. Congratulations, Coach.
Would representatives from the Winona Woods Neighborhood Association please come forward? Also, President Jeffrey R. Adair and Legislator Joseph D. Morelli, Jr. The Monroe County Legislature recognizes the Winona Woods Neighborhood Association for its work to strengthen, promote, and organize the residents of a historic residential neighborhood in Irondequoit. Whereas it is the sense of this legislature to honor organizations that help residents of our neighborhoods form the interpersonal relationships that are vital towards building stronger communities and improving the quality of life in our county. And whereas, attendant to such concern and in full accord with long-standing tradition, this legislature is justly proud to honor the Winona Woods Neighborhood Association for improving an already historic Irondequoit neighborhood with a high quality of life through its organizing, event planning, and neighborhood building efforts. And whereas, since its formation in 2014, the association has quickly created an ambitious schedule of meetings and events, worked to highlight and promote historic or architecturally significant residences within Winona Woods, and help to share the history and heritage of the neighborhood. And whereas, initiatives that are currently underway or being planned include a neighborhood watch program, attracting high-speed fiber optic internet to the neighborhood, organizing residents to purchase shares in a farm collective, increasing access to healthy, locally grown produce, helping to produce a census of the street trees that give the neighborhood its name, and organizing a community composting initiative. And whereas the association is an exemplar of grassroots neighborhood organization with a strong structure that incorporates street captains for direct communication with the neighborhood's residents. And whereas government's vital duties of preserving, protecting, and improving neighborhoods are greatly enhanced when the people are invested and involved in decision-making processes. Neighborhood associations provide a critical link between the people and their elected representatives, ensuring that they act in concert. Now, therefore, let it be known that we, Jeffrey R. Adair, President, and Joseph D. Morelli, Jr., Legislator, District 17, honor the Winona Woods Neighborhood Association, its officers, its members, and all those whose diligent efforts are helping to strengthen the Winona Woods neighborhood on this 8th day of December 2015. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for having us here and recognizing our neighbors and the work of our community. It's really been a group effort, and I think that the fruits have been terrific. Thank you.
We will now recess the legislature to hold the public hearings before the Pure Waters Administration Board. I declare open at this time the resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Rochester Pure Waters District, a county sewer district for the County of Monroe, New York.
There are no speakers registered for this hearing.
There being none, I declare this public hearing now closed. I declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Gates-Chile-Ogden Sewer District, a county sewer district for the County of Monroe, New York.
There are no speakers registered for this hearing.
There being none, I declare the public hearing now closed. I declare open the public hearing on resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Irondequoit-based South Central Pure Waters District, a county sewer district for the County of Monroe, New York.
There are no speakers registered for this hearing.
I declare open the public hearing on the resolution entitled Establishing Scale of Charges for the Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, a county sewer district for the County of Monroe, New York.
There are no speakers registered for this hearing.
There being none, I declare this public hearing closed, and I now reconvene the December 8th, 2015 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature. You have in your folders the approved minutes of the last cycle. There are no formal committee reports scheduled for this evening. At this time, we will now hold the public forum. We have several people registered to address the legislature. Madam Clerk, would you please call them up?
If you require assistance, a deputy is available to assist you in approaching the lectern. I will call 3 people forward at one time. Each speaker will have 2 minutes in which to address the legislature, and kindly conclude your remarks when the timer sounds and exit through the back of the chambers. Thank you for your cooperation. Our first 3 speakers are Dr. Dan Ross, Marissa Jason, and Bridget Hurley.
I'm Dan Ross. I worked for the county for 25 years, the last 3 as Director of Family and Child Services. I am deeply concerned about this budget. There's a increase of nearly 20% in child protective reports, and they are projecting from 2014 to 2015 over 1,200 additional reports. Each one of these reports must be investigated. It requires in-home contacts, it requires face-to-face contacts, it requires talking to collateral contacts. It's extensive, time-consuming, and requires a lot of expertise, a lot of documentation. I don't see any way for the county to handle this many additional reports responsibly with no increase in staff or other resources. I think it's a disaster waiting to happen. 3 things are likely to happen. One is some kids who need services won't get them because there won't be time to do an adequate assessment. Hopefully, all that will happen is that they'll be delayed in their development or something like that. Potentially, some may be seriously injured or killed. Secondly, some kids will get service who shouldn't have it, again, because there won't be time to do an adequate job. We may well end up with kids in foster care who do not need to be in foster care because there's not adequate time to invest alternative placements. Finally, the Child Protective staff is your staff, and this is very, very hard on Child Protective staff. They work hard, they're dedicated, they care. When they don't have the resources to do their job, they burn out, they're tense, it's difficult for them, and they relieve, you have turnover, and the spiral begins. Your staff will suffer. Finally, this downward cycle typically ends in one of 3 ways. A grand jury investigation, a lawsuit, or I can't remember what I was going to say, or a law named after a particular child who's been damaged. We need to do that. We need to avoid that. You can do better. The children of Monroe County can do better. There's a lot of, I'm winding up. There's a lot of talk now about the primary role of government being protecting the safety of the citizens. Children are citizens. They're citizens of Monroe County. You need to do more than this budget does to protect them. Thank you.
Good evening. As I stand here today, I would like to discuss as to why I feel that we should propose or allow the budget to be renewed for law enforcement officials to have proper instructors for their firearms. As we have seen on the news, there have been a lot of misuse of firearms and a lot of tragedies that have occurred due to negligence. Today, as we sit here, I would like to discuss why we should allow it. I know that as we are here today, we feel safe, or at least I hope we all feel safe. And I'm pretty sure that a large reasoning to why we feel safe is because we know that we have men and women in uniform who are willing to lay down their life to have us keep ours. The least we can do for these officers is allow them to have the proper training, allow them to have the proper equipment, and allow them to be satisfactory at their jobs. We know that the more we educate someone, the more efficient and proficient they can be with their weapons. Now, at this time, it is very crucial that we continue to train these officers due to our rise in terrorist attacks and workplace violence. This renewal, which we have done in the past, has been approved, and it will not cause any harm to our budget as it is pre-incorporated into it. Allowing this to get passed is more than if you support the Second Amendment or if you do not, and it goes into allowing to continue to keep our community safe. Now more than ever, it is important that we unite and become one and allow our children, families, etc. to be safe and give these men and women in uniform the proper training and credit that they deserve to fully fulfill their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bridget Hurley from the Children's Agenda, and I'm sure over the years you've become accustomed to me standing up here and telling you what to do. Today I have some questions for you. At a time when, as a community, we're focused on lifting families out of poverty through employment, is this the time to do the minimum when it comes to child care? At a time when child abuse and neglect reports are expected to reach nearly 9,000 in 2016, should we be tolerating vacancies in child protective services? At a time when we expect that raise the age legislation will pass in the New York State Legislature and the governor will sign it, leading hundreds of local youth involved in the criminal justice system to turn to our local Department of Human Services for the support that they need to build a new life? Should we be undertaking no preparation for them? And at a time when child poverty is continuing its relentless climb in our community, shouldn't we be doing our very best to reverse that climb? I invite you to review the report that I've left here for you tonight. And please get in touch with me at the Children's Agenda if you would like to discuss further how we can do better by our children in Monroe County. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Mary Lupine, Cornelia Kelly, and Jonathan Siegel.
Hi, my name is Mary Lupien, and I'm a mother and a stepmother to two wonderful little 4-year-old girls, and a volunteer organizer for Mothers Out Front, which is an organization active in Rochester organizing women around the issue of climate change. I'm here to talk about the line item in the budget that funds the Mutual Aid Fire Bureau's Regional Response Unit for issues involving crude oil. Now, when I was younger, I didn't think much outside of myself, and the American dream I was told would make me happy. But on December 26, 2004, I was shook awake from that dream because the tsunami hit Asia, and I became aware of the world and the people around me in a way I had never been before. As the body count grew from 100,000 to 200,000 to 500,000, I felt crushed under the weight of all of that human suffering. But instead of letting myself sink, I decided to take action. So I joined the Red Cross. The Red Cross, something that they love to do is to train people to respond to disasters. And during one of these training exercises, it was a fake scenario, and they told us that it could never happen, but if it did, the people would be screwed. 10 years later, that disaster did happen. Well, it happened, but 5 years ago. It was a hurricane to hit Long Island, and fast forward 10 years, now 2 hurricanes have hit New York City, dangerous and new weather patterns caused by climate change. I am filled with fear for what is coming, which is another event on the scale of the tsunami. But now it's my children who will be affected, and not just them, but everyone I know and care about. In this day and age, we shouldn't be spending a penny more of our tax dollars on the fossil fuel infrastructure that scientists agree is causing climate destruction and can lead to our extinction. Let the oil companies pay for this line item and keep the oil in the ground.
Good evening. My name is Neely Kelly, and although I am the New York State lead organizer for Mothers Out Front, I'm not here to speak on behalf of or to represent the organization. October 2011, my family and I were living in New Haven, Connecticut, a 2-minute drive to the Long Island Sound. Hurricane Irene was barreling up the East Coast, headed straight for us. My dad, who lives in South Carolina and is no stranger to hurricanes, was calling every 2 hours. Neely, grab the kids and evacuate. Get off the coast. You're in the storm's path. In the end, we stayed and we were fine. But many of you may remember the devastation Hurricane Irene wrought on New York State, especially in Albany. 1 year later, October 2012, my family and I were living in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And this time, it was Superstorm Sandy headed straight for us. My dad's advice this time was to get our emergency kits ready. The storm was simply too big to outrun. Scientists have predicted for decades that man-made climate change caused by humans burning fossil fuels, like those being carried by the Bakken oil trains, will cause storms like Irene and Sandy to increase in frequency and intensity. These Bakken trains run through Monroe County, and in addition to carrying fossil fuels that must stay in the ground, pose an immediate threat to our communities. More facts are in the handouts. My children, in fact, go to school 23, right outside the blast zone. My friend, Wendy Lowe, picked up a rusted bolt that fell out of the railroad bridge on Blossom Avenue. There are more rusted bolts falling out of that bridge and the railroad bridge in Pittsford. I am here tonight to call attention to the fact that as a Monroe County resident, according to the 2016 Monroe County budget, I and all taxpayers are on the hook for emergency preparation for train explosions and accidents. This is wrong. Taxpayers should not have to fund the Fire Bureau for these emergencies. This should be the responsibility of the oil and rail companies, not ours. So my ask to you as my elected representatives is to look for ways that will take Monroe County taxpayers off the hook for the risks these trains pose to our communities. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Siegel. I'm a resident of Brighton and a partner in a small dynamic business, Meliora Research, located here in Rochester that deals with Fortune 500 companies throughout the country and who are always curious about our community. I'm here, however, representing myself. I want to talk briefly about the racist art on the Ontario Beach Carousel. It is my understanding that the city and Mayor Warren are 100% behind taking the art down, but the county as the operator also has to weigh in on the how, when, and if. So I'm here because I'm curious, I haven't heard anything in a long time, about what the county's current stand on this is and what the position of this legislature is. So what I would like by the time I leave here today, and I tend to hang around for a while, is one of the following things to happen. For someone, preferably the president of this legislature, to tell us what the current status of the county's work on this issue is and what the legislature's position is, or failing that, at least one legislator, I don't care whether it is someone from the minority or majority, though I would like it to be from both, to walk back to the bench where citizens like me sit at some point and commit to trying to find out what the county's status on this issue is and get that information to me in the next couple of weeks. I'll close by noting that this issue isn't going to go away. It will, I am sure, come up in the springtime if that racist imagery is still on the carousel. This kind of thing, though it may be symbolic to some of us represents a basic test of the decency of this community. We may not be able to fund everything that we would like to be, but it seems to me we can avoid imagery that is insulting to a large percentage of our population. Things that fundamental don't die if you ignore them. They come back again and again until we and you do the right thing. Thank you.
Our final two speakers are Tom Gregory and Pamela Reed Sanchez.
I just dropped off a handoff related to County Law 201, why it shouldn't apply with the sheriff's raise. The issue was raised last night at the commission meeting. A copy of that was also dropped off at each of the caucus chambers before this meeting began. I'd like to speak, if I may. This is the last legislative meeting of what, for me, has been really a phenomenal legislature. I don't know if you realize it, but we've done redistricting. We're actually probably going to address tonight an issue, I'm talking about the sheriff's raise, that has really been an item of contention since, from my research, 1979. And this body, with its courage and with its ability, I'm sure will be well vetted, but is actually going to be addressing that question. And I can't think of the number of questions that you as a legislative body have really vetted and worked through as I stood back there in the corner for the last 10 years. And I just want to say that I'm really proud to have actually had a little spot back there and watched the legislative process. There are some of you who I know personally, some of you who I get my usual hug. I'm going to miss the hug, and of course I should speak to the president. I can't say his name, that's decorum, but who's introduced to this every morning or every month I learn a little bit more about plants. I thought it was ornithology. I was corrected. No, it's horticulture. But the point anyhow, thank you very much. I really enjoyed spending this time with you, and I look forward to the next legislature, but not without regret that we're losing this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Reed Sanchez. I'm the Executive Director of the Seneca Park Zoo Society, the nonprofit partner to Monroe County's Seneca Park Zoo. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the adoption of the master plan improvements for Seneca Park Zoo. This plan is the result of a collaborative planning process that began more than a year ago and involved key stakeholders from the county, the Zoo Society, and hundreds of members of the public in multiple meetings and public comment sessions. The plan before you represents a transformational change for the zoo, and therefore for this county. 21st century zoos are far more than recreational facilities. They are centers for educating students and the public about animals and their environments. They are research facilities using science to save species. They are places of discovery that inspire their visitors to act on behalf of wildlife and wild places. Today's zoos teach people to be stewards of the natural world, not just for exotic animals such as Bornean orangutans and African elephants, but for those in our backyard, such as North American river otter and lake sturgeon in the Genesee River. The master plan improvements incorporate best practices for both animal welfare and visitor experiences, creating naturalistic ecosystems which features not found in any other zoo in New York State. It's also built on a sound business model, implementing changes and introducing new exhibits over time so as to continue to build attendance, membership, and earned income streams to achieve financial sustainability for the zoo. The best zoos are economic assets for a region, drawing tourists and attracting businesses looking for communities with great opportunities for families with children. The economic impact of a zoo is considerable, and the capital improvements will employ hundreds, if not thousands. The adoption of the plan tonight is critical for two reasons. First, failure to remove the outdated zoo building by 2018 will result in the zoo losing its accreditation, which will result in a smaller zoo that will not be an economic asset to the region. And secondly, the business plan for the future sustainability of the zoo is premised upon our ability to begin detailed planning next year with groundbreaking in the spring of 2017. Adoption can't be delayed. At the November meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Seneca Park Zoo Society, the board voted unanimously to endorse the plan. The master plan improvements represent an investment we will make together. Thank you.
This concludes the public forum.
Would the clerk please note the attendance within the chambers? Thank you. At this time, we'll recess the December 8, 2015 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature and convene the Pure Waters Administration Board for the Rochester Pure Waters District, the Irondequoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, the Northwest Quadrant, and the Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District regarding referral 15-0312 for the purpose of establishing a scale of charges for each district and adopting additional Pure Waters items. If there are no objections, we will adopt 15-0312, 15-0334, and 15-0393 with one vote. The clerk will see to it that the individual motions and resolution numbers are assigned to each district. Will the clerk please note the attendance and read the first item on the agenda?
PUEB agenda items 1, 5, 9, and 13, referral 15-0312.
It is moved by Legislator Marinetti. It is seconded by Legislator Yolovich. This is the motion to lift from the table. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
PUEB agenda items 2, 6, 10, and 14, referral 15-0312.
It is moved by Legislator Marinetti. It is seconded by Legislator Yolovich. This is the motion to adopt. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item.
PWEB agenda items 3, 7, 11, and 15, referral 15-0334.
Moved by legislator Marinetti, second by legislator Yolovich. This is the motion to adopt. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
PWEB agenda items 4, 8, 12, and 16, referral 15-0393.
Moved by legislator Marinetti, second by legislator Yolovich. This is also a motion to adopt. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. We will now recess the Gates Charlie Ogden Sewer District, the Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, the Irondequoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, and the Rochester Pure Waters District, and adjourn the Pure Waters Administration Board. The December 8, 2015 meeting of the Monroe County Legislature is now reconvened. At this time, will we proceed with the considerations of motions, resolutions, and notices? Will the clerk please read the next item on the agenda?
Item number 1, referral 15-0300.
It is moved by legislator Holland. It is seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 2, referral 15-0300.
Moved by legislator Holland. It is seconded by legislator Ansello. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 3, referral 15-0311.
Moved by legislator Marinetti. It is seconded by legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Well, this is from lifting the table. Sorry, just to lift from the table. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item is lifted. Okay. Referral number 4. Next item, please.
Item number 4, referral 15-0311.
It is moved by legislator Marinetti. It is seconded by legislator Yolovich. This is the motion to adopt. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 5, referral 15-0398.
Moved by legislator Yolovich. It's seconded by legislator Rocco. This is the motion to lift from the table. All in favor? Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 6, referral 15-0398.
It is moved by legislator Yolovich. It is seconded by legislator Rocco. This is the motion to adopt. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all the... It almost worked 1 year, really. 1 year, it almost worked. Legislator Andrews, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. And may I say officially congratulations, becoming grandfather
Thank
this
you.
evening. I have just a couple of questions through you to the administration regarding the proposed 2016 budget. First of all, thank you for the many responses to the questions that we submitted over the past few weeks. Just a follow-up, I think regarding 2 of them. First, I had asked regarding the county's $30,000 contribution to the joint study with the city to look at the feasibility of creating a downtown performing arts center. I had asked if that was going to be included in the 2016 budget, and the response was that it was included. It was paid for in 2015. I don't remember that ever becoming before the legislature for its approval. Could you explain to me when it came before us, please?
Mr. President, there was no referral to bring before this body. Contract was executed for less than $20,000, which is under the threshold in our procurement policy.
Thank you. Through the president, then, how much was the contract for?
Mr. President, there was a $15,000 contract with the Lincoln Performing Arts Center and a $15,000 contract with a consulting agency. I think the name is Westwood, but the full name is escaping me.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. President, could I request copies of those contracts, please?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. And then following up on one other question, I had requested a listing of the proposed sporting events for 2016 for the Monroe County Sports Commission and the dollar amounts associated with those. I did receive the list for 2015, but could I request the 2016 list be provided to the office, please?
Mr. President, that really comes from the Sports Commission. I don't believe they have made decision on all the activities and events that they're funding. Normally, we get that list towards the end of the year.
Thank you. Through the President, when that becomes available, would you be able to forward it to our office, please?
Absolutely, Mr. President.
Thank you. That's all I have at this moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? It's usually customary, Legislator Lightfoot, that I look to the other side and see if they'd like to talk, but I am giving you the floor tonight. Legislator Lightfoot. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
You're
I
welcome.
rise to make an offer and make an amendment to the budget. Mr. President, this amendment to the budget, 2016 proposed budget would reallocate $50,000 from the Finance Department's contingency account to the Human Service budget in efforts to be used for the REACH Coalition's proposed emergency winter shelter for the chronic long-term homeless. As you know, Mr. President.
Legislator Lightfoot,
Yes, sir.
floor is yours, but do you have a second so that we can move this thing forward? I'm sorry I did not get that, and I did not say that. Legislator Flagler has now made a second. We have a motion now to discuss. Legislator Lightfoot, please discuss our amendment.
Thank you. So as I had stated, Mr. President, this is an amendment to the budget to reallocate some funds in regards to support the REACH program. The REACH is the Rochester Emergency Action Committee for the Homeless. I do support, and this is a very important mission, Mr. President, and to my colleagues, housing a group of individuals who have long-term and chronically are homeless. So, Mr. President, I submit this and offer this amendment to the budget because, lately we've been extremely fortunate that, we haven't been able to have to, clean our driveways or scrape our yards, our cars off because of the good weather we've been having. But in time, that convenience and luck will change, Mr. President, and there will be a population out there that will suffer from serious consequences to their health and safety, and possibly including some type of death, Mr. President. So last month, the City Council approved $50,000 in funding for the REACH Coalition, contingent on the group finding additional funds. As we have heard, they had asked the county for $50,000, and they are currently raising $50,000 as well from private funders. And to this date, we know so far that 6,000 or so or more has been raised. And so this particular budget amendment, seconded by my colleague, Mr. Flagler, we're asking for a change in the reallocation of $50,000 from the contingency fund to the Human Service budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I will move on the amendment. On the amendment part, I will move to a roll call vote.
On the amendment, Mr. Tucciarello. No. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Ansello? No. Mr. Baroth? Yes. Ms. Boyce? No. Dr. Carbone? No. Mr. Colby? No. Mr. Daniele? No. Mr. Delahanty? No. Mrs. Draw? No. Mr. Flagler Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Gamble? Yes. Mr. Haney? Yes. Mr. Howland? No. Ms. Cayley? Yes. Mr. John Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Marionetti? No. Mr. Michike? No. Mr. Morelli? Yes. Dr. Quattro? No. Mr. Rocco? No. Mrs. Stick? Yes. Ms. Taylor? No. Mr. Terp? No. Mrs. Valerio? No. Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
No.
11 to 18, amendment fails.
Back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Baroth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer an amendment.
And do you have a second for the amendment? We'll do that right now. I'm getting forgetful at my old age. It is moved by Legislator Baroth. It is seconded by Legislator Glenn Gamble. At this time, the floor is yours, Mr. Baroth, as they distribute it.
Sure.
Wait a second, let everybody get it. I got one.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
This amendment to the 2016 proposed budget would reallocate $40,000 from the Finance Department's contingency account to the Human Services budget to be used to fund the REACH Coalition's proposed emergency winter shelter for chronic long-term homeless. You might call it a more modest proposal. In addition to my colleague Legislator Lightfoot's comments, I would like to add that we believe it is important to stress that a very generous and honest benefactor has already purchased a building that can be used for a longer-term shelter for these individuals, which will be ready this summer and can serve this community in future winters. The important thing to note is that this is a $40,000 one-time donation. It would never be done again, one time. We happen to know there's a budget surplus already. What we are proposing tonight is simply emergency funding to get this group through this one season alive. The county has publicly expressed that it is reluctant to support this shelter because it may not meet the standards of service-focused care the county prefers. There may be some technical differences between the county standards and this shelter, but REACH has publicly stated that this shelter is focused on connecting its clients with other services and forbidding the use of drug and alcohol on premises. We believe REACH is making a good faith effort to abide by the county's wishes and that it should be recognized that they are working with perhaps the most difficult to serve part of the homeless population. Therefore, I ask you to approve this modest amendment and clearly demonstrate that not only the county, but the members of this legislative body are both caring and responsive to their duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator John Lightfoot.
President, just to my colleagues, it's not about a mirror of us being right or wrong in regards to this matter. It's somebody about safety for our community and also for our local retailers. Our homeless in front of retail, asking for money, asking for food, asking for shelter, which may discourage other shoppers. Also, during our winter months, you see an increase in emergency visits at the hospitals just for them to get warm. And so, this is very important for us to reduce and keep open some of the critical emergency needs and access available for those who are maybe even more sick or in emergency needs through, heart attacks or whatever we're doing. So I think that this is very important, and I'm asking my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing not on the amendment, I will move to a roll call vote.
On the amendment, Mr. Tucciarello. No. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Ansello? No. Mr. Baroth? Yes. Ms. Boyce? No. Dr. Carbone? No. Mr. Colby? No. Mr. Daniele? No. Mr. Delahanty? No. Mrs. Draw? No. Mr. Flagler Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Gamble? Yes. Mr. Haney? Yes. Mr. Howland? No. Ms. Cayley? Yes. Mr. John Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Marionetti? No. Mr. Michike? No. Mr. Morelli? Yes. Dr. Quattro? No. Mr. Rocco? No. Mrs. Stick? Yes. Ms. Taylor? No. Mr. Terp? No. Mrs. Valerio? No. Mr. Wilcox? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? No. President Adair?
No.
11 to 18, amendment fails.
Back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Stick.
Mr. President, I rise to offer an amendment.
That is moved by Legislator Stick. It is seconded by Legislator Morelli. Legislator Stick, the floor is yours. Please wait until everybody's had the amendment passed. Got it. Legislator Stick, the floor is yours.
This amendment to the 2016 proposed budget would add a new objective to the Office of Mental Health and the Department of Human Services. That objective being to conduct a study in conjunction with community organizations on providing services to the long-term chronically homeless population of Monroe County. I'm disappointed that we've chosen not to accept legislators Lightfoot and Barras' suggestions for how to face this issue. This is not merely a question of what is right for us to do for our local individuals who are homeless. It is a question of safety and security, of ensuring that local businesses are not disrupted, of lessening the burden on police and other emergency services, and fulfilling our legal obligations under the state constitution. This hard-to-serve population has moved around repeatedly, including living in the Civic Center parking garage and underneath the Douglas Anthony Bridge. These locations are not fit for human inhabitation. If we do not work to solve this issue, these people will have no choice but another potentially unsafe or disruptive temporary setting. These are all extraordinarily important goals, and we believe the return on investment of focusing resources specifically on this long-term chronically homeless population is high, not only for those it will serve, but for the broader community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator John Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's been stated that the county has been publicly expressed that it is ready to support the shelter or these types of activities regarding the home because it may not meet the standards of the service-focused care that the county prefers. You know, so this study is a good opportunity to work to bridge the gap, to find out where the holes are so that REACH and can help bridge the gap between what may not be what the focus care standards are. But however, REACH has indicated that they are in support of that. So a study to find out who will help our homeless, what's the best ways to help our homeless I think is needed, and I ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Legislator Lightfoot. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Boyce.
Yes, through the President to the administration. Can you tell me, Madam Reed, if we on a regular basis participate in homeless discussions and are active in runaway and homeless population to work closely with our community partners?
Through you, Mr. President, yes, we regularly participate in a variety of different forums to have conversations around homelessness.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Willie Lightfoot. You're welcome. Thank you.
You're going to be busy.
I'm getting up early tomorrow.
Mr. President, through you, I do support this amendment and the other two that were also submitted and not voted for unanimously, which this should be a unanimous decision amongst this legislature. There's not many things that I've ever begged for. I think my wife asked her to marry me. I begged for that. Yeah, and she did it. 24 years. But, you know, being on the fire department, I respond to calls and see individuals sleeping under the bridges, sleeping in makeshift shelters, things of that nature. And we're responding every day to these type of situations. And it really, being a legislator and a firefighter, which is really interesting because I get to look through a couple of different lenses when I see these individuals. And we've made a lot of efforts to try to help this population. And on this side of the aisle, we've met with the city. This administration, Mayor Warren, made room for us to come and meet with her and talk and discuss this particular issue, which in some ways was really not her responsibility, if you will, even though they are city residents because they're living in our city streets and our city bridges and in our community. So to you, Mr. President, I really want, I'm begging this legislature to really, and the county executive, to really think about this decision. The Bible says the poor are going to be with us always. So they're not going nowhere. There are going to always be poor people around. I know we can't touch every one of them, but we can make a difference. And if the city, our partner, Legislator Boyce talked about community partners. Well, the city is our community partner, and they've stepped up to the plate. They've said, you know what, we can find $50,000. Man, we spend that on we can find $50,000 in our general fund, our contingency funds. I mean, $50,000 is not, we've asked for $40,000. It's not a lot of money. It's just not a lot of money to really make a huge impact on a population that really needs us right now. We've been fortunate, as Legislator John Lightfoot has said earlier, not to have had the type of I'm getting a new roof in December. That's how fortunate we are. However, I'm fortunate to be able to do that, but there are some who are not going to be able to do, get shelter, to cover themselves from when we really get it. This is Rochester, and it's coming. It's just a matter of time. Now, I look at it as we've been given an opportunity to do something like this while we can, before we have the death toll, before we have individuals filling up our hospitals. And Sister Grace here, she wasn't here tonight because I believe she probably wasn't here tonight because the weather's good and things are working out for them. The city's working with them. Why can't we as the county step up to the plate? I'm begging this legislature. This is the right thing to do. This is not hard. This is not difficult. This is not going to take anything away from any other services that we provide. Actually, it's an opportunity we really could say we did something bipartisan for those who cannot do anything for themselves. These people cannot do anything for themselves. They need us. Us, the ones who have the big houses, the big cars, all these things that we've been fortunate enough that they don't have that. But we got the opportunity to, at least we can't help everyone, but we can say we stepped up to the plate too. And that's important. Now, if I go home tonight, I'm going to sleep well because I'm voting for it. And I hope you would do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Legislator Tucciarello, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to the administration, I currently understand that we have many efforts that we do for the vulnerable homeless population here in Monroe County, and I was hoping that you could help me out with some of the things that we do, some of the facts and some of the things that go on in Monroe County to help out this population with emergency housing.
Through you, Mr. President, we fund, at the present time, 17 shelters at $5 million annually. We participate in the Continuum of Care, which is a consortium of homeless providers in the community. We also fund all of the homeless efforts for teens in the community through our Youth Bureau. Those would be good examples of the work that we're doing now. Through you, Mr. President, if you indulge me, we also have a staff member who chairs the chronically homeless efforts in the community. And last year, we regularly went out to try to identify permanent housing options for all of those that were at Sanctuary House, and were successful with a tremendous number of the folks that were staying at Sanctuary in placing them in permanent housing options. I would say about 40% of those we were able to place in permanent housing options, going on a daily basis to address their needs and what was available to them as options, an alternative option to Sanctuary.
Floor still yours.
Through you, Mr. President, I would just like to say to the administration, thank you for all those efforts. They're tremendous.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo those sentiments. I certainly support all the efforts that we're currently undertaking. And I just wanted to point out that, in fact, this amendment that's before us right now doesn't even have a financial obligation as part of it. It's merely including an additional objective into the 2016 budget under the Department of Human Services page, and it sounds like it actually already captures exactly what we are doing. So it's more of a symbolic effort to say, yes, we're going to continue to do the good work that we are doing because we've realized that this is a major issue in our community and something that we have been attempting to tackle for a long time. So I don't know if there was a misconception that this was an obligation of $50,000. This is really just saying, no, let's work together, let's continue to do what we are doing. And I would point out also, there haven't been a lot of Democratic amendments passed by this body, but there was one that I recall, at least during budget time, and it did the same thing. It altered one of the objectives in the budget. So we do have a little bit of a history of doing that, and I would just suggest that this would be a nice opportunity to also make an adjustment to the budget that doesn't have any sort of financial impact and would show a lot of goodwill. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, let's move to a roll call vote.
On the amendment, Mr. Tucciarello. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Ansello. Mr. Baroff. Ms. Boyce. Dr. Carbone. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mr. Delahanty. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Flagler-Mitchell. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Haney. Mr. Howland. Ms. Cayley. Mr. John Lightfoot. Mr. Willie Lightfoot. Mr. Marionetti. Mr. Michike. Mr. Morelli. Dr. Quattro. Mr. Rocco. Mrs. Stick. Ms. Taylor. Mr. Terp. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Yolovich. President Adair.
No.
11 to 18, amendment fails.
Back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, the floor is yours.
President, I rise to offer an amendment.
I have a motion made by Legislator Haney. It is seconded by Legislator Wilcox. At this time, staff is passing out the amendment to you. All set. Legislator Haney, floor is yours.
This amendment would increase the appropriation for central library services by $104,000, and it would be offset by a reduction in the appropriation in the fleet maintenance operation for the purchase of gasoline by $104,000. And And the purpose of the amendment is to enable the Central Library to restore Sunday hours in the Central Library. Mr. President, some 40 years ago, this county government properly and in a very progressive move, accepted the financial responsibility for the operation of the Central Library. And indeed, of course, the Central Library serves the entire county. It doesn't just serve the city of Rochester. And indeed, the county reinforced that commitment to Central Library services some 15 or so years ago when the county entered into an arrangement with the city and a private fundraising organization to build the new Central Library, what's now called the Bausch and Lomb Library on South Avenue. The county put up a third of the money for the construction of that building. Unfortunately, Mr. President, the county's appropriation for Central Library services has remained flat for at least 15 years. I don't really know how far back it goes, but it's been for a good long time. Obviously, the same amount of money year after year after year with just ordinary inflation buys fewer and fewer services. There have been, among other things, substantial staff reductions in various departments at the Central Library, etc. But within the last year, perhaps the most serious cutback was required in Central Library services, and that is the suspension, the ending of Sunday hours at the Central Library on South Avenue. And that has a deleterious effect on numerous members of citizens of this county. College students, high school students doing research for papers, etc., are all negatively impacted by this reduction. I would also note, Mr. President, that I believe the reduction of $104,000 in the appropriation for gasoline will not pose any undue hardship on the fleet maintenance operation. The actual expenditures for gasoline in 2014 were $775,000. The budget for 2015 was $855,000, and the budget for 2016 is $880,000, which, when the budget numbers were originally beginning to be assembled back in June or so, was a rational number for the department to request. However, we are all joyously aware of the fact that the price of gasoline has dropped substantially. According to last Saturday's Democrat and Chronicle, the average price of a gallon of gasoline in Rochester is current, or at least as of last week, was 27% lower than it was a year ago in December of 2014. And world oil prices have dropped even further this week, so there's no reason to think that this fortuitous reduction in the price of oil products will not continue into next year. Using the 27% reduction, there's room in the gasoline budget and fleet services of about $231,000. So the reduction of $104,000 will in no sense impair the operation of the fleet maintenance division, whereas the movement of that money to the Central Library budget would indeed enable the restoration of Sunday services at the Central Library, which I sincerely believe and would submit to this legislature is a real quality of life issue for all the citizens of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Kaley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations as
Thank
well.
you very much.
I
Thanks for the card.
You're welcome. It's so true.
It is.
And you will see that the first moment you see that. I rise in support of my colleague, Mr. Haney's amendment, and simply because it's hard to argue with what he just said, and I know that this body will miss that particular type of presentation. It was concise, it was on point, and it makes reason, and it's the right thing to do. So I'm urging the rest of this body to consider very strongly passing this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator John Lightfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Thank you. The floor is yours.
My colleagues, Mr. President, to the administration, you know, I support my colleague, Mr. Haney, Legislator Haney, in supporting additional hours at the library. It also goes into the line of back what we're talking about for the homeless. It also gives them an opportunity for them as well. So I'm just here to just say I support Legislator Haney, Legislator Kayla, and anyone else who supports these hours for Sundays at the downtown library. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Lightfoot. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Boyce, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. President, with regards to this amendment to the budget, you know, as much as I'd like to be able to do this, I do not believe we can sit here and say that the oil prices will not rise in the coming year, given the unstable North Africa as well as the Middle East. We can't sit here and say that crude oil prices might not change. So I don't believe it's prudent and in our best interest in Monroe County to do this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It was a tie, and it goes to Karen. Sorry, the Legislator Andrews, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to offer through you to Legislator Boyce that we would certainly entertain an alternative funding source for the restoration of the Sunday hours. If you're concerned about the cost of gasoline and instability in North Africa, then we could certainly take the money out of the contingency fund or fund balance if that would make the amendment acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Tucciarello, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, I believe this motion's actually out of order. Could you give me a ruling on that, please?
Well, we've come this far on this, and I think we've exhausted this one.
I had to review it a little bit.
Is everybody else all set with this? Thank you. Let's move to a roll call vote. We'll dispatch easily on this. Thank you.
On the amendment, Mr. Tucciarello. No. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Ansello? No. Mr. Baroth? Ms. Boyce? No. Dr. Carbone? No. Mr. Colby? No. Mr. Daniele? No. Mr. Delahanty? No. Mrs. Draw? No. Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Gamble? Yes. Mr. Haney? Yes. Mr. Howland? No. Ms. Kaley? Yes. Mr. John Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Marionetti? No. Mr. Michike? No. Mr. Morelli? Yes. Dr. Quattro? No. Mr. Rocco? No. Mrs. Stick? Yes. Ms. Taylor? No. Mr. Terp? No. Mrs. Valerio? No. Mr. Wilcox? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? No. President Adair?
No.
11 to 18, amendment fails.
Back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion on the main motion? Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer an amendment.
Do I have a second? Thank you.
I'll wait for it to be
It's
distributed.
moved by Legislator Andrews, is seconded by Legislator Kaley. At this time, staff is passing out the amendment to you, and we will start. Class dismissed. Guys, you're free to go. Thank you. Thanks for staying tonight. Not you. You're I got three deputies here that aren't going to let you out of this place. They can leave. I know you did. Drive safely. They do. Yes, absolutely do. Supervisor LaFountain will take care of that. Thank you. Very good. There goes the finest of Churchville Chili right there. They did a great job on the floor. Legislator Andrews, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
As you know, and I'm sure all the legislators in this room know, we've talked about the issue of child care for many years in here. The past two budgets that have been adopted by this body have had significant local funding cuts to child care programs. 2 years ago, I think it was a little over $1 million. Last year, around $400,000. And the result of these local cuts, again, have been significant decreases in the number of children who receive subsidies. Meanwhile, we all know from ample research and coverage of this issue that there is an incredibly high demand and a lot of families that are eligible for child care subsidies, and yet they aren't receiving them. And so quite troubling, again, is the budget that's been put before us this evening for our consideration, in that it also appears to contain a cut of approximately $120,000 to the child care program, the preventive protective portion of that program. And so the amendment that you have before you this evening would restore funding, increase the appropriation by $120,000 to child care, and then reduce by an equivalent amount an appropriation in line item 12-1209-504320, which is professional services line in the finance unallocated portion of the budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote.
On the amendment, Mr. Tucciarello. No. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Ansello? Mr. Baroth? Yes. Ms. Boyce? No. Dr. Carbone? No. Mr. Colby? No. Mr. Daniele? No. Mr. Delahanty? No. Mrs. Draw? Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Gamble? Yes. Mr. Haney? Yes. Mr. Howland? No. Ms. Kaylee? Yes. Mr. John Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Marionetti? Yes. Mr. Michike? No. Mr. Morelli? Yes. Dr. Quattro? No. Mr. Rocco? No. Mrs. Stick? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Wilcox? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? No. President Adair?
No.
11 to 17, amendment fails.
Back to the main motion. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none. Close. It was really close. You got it. Legislator Keeley, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to explain my vote. I will not be supporting this year's budget. Probably there are many that say no news here, no new news, but in the past I have voted against this budget due to cuts and due to process, and this year it again, even though it doesn't appear to have as many cuts as it has, it does not address the issues, the funding and the issues, the positions and needs of my constituents and so many more of my colleagues' constituents as this base is increasing in size. We have been charged by New York State to address the issues of the poor in Monroe County. That we have failed to fulfill even the smallest amount of good faith effort with this body this evening is especially disappointing. This budget process always falls in the season of goodwill, giving for just about everyone in the world. There is a religion or a belief or a creed out there that somehow comes together and says, we will work together for the goodwill, for the hope, and we will give more of ourselves to make this world a better place. And it's my job to look to support those who have been continuously ignored, faceless, and voiceless. So I would say that my vote is no, and I will continue in 2016, 17, 18, and however long I'm here, forgot, to ask more, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Baroth, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. I rise to explain my vote. I would note that this budget has been characterized by many as being boring or one that maintains the status quo. I've heard people say that to me. People have said that if you're trying to be positive, it's one that maintains or holds the line. But holding the line or status quo is not necessarily a good thing. Just because something happened in the past doesn't mean it's good. I point out that this budget holds in place cuts that were made in 2014, 2015 to child services. This budget holds in place the hidden tax we discovered in 2014 that was affectionately known as the snow tax. Still there. The budget holds in place the unequal imposition of taxes or fees for the Monroe Community College, the communities that have fewer resources to pay more for the college's maintenance. This budget continues to rely upon the LDCs to provide county services at no foreseeable savings to the taxpayers. In fact, we were led to believe costs to the taxpayers, and that's still in place. This budget also has decreased how much we allow to defer pension payments into the future. Something that balances the budget this year, but we'll pay more for it in future years. Not just more, but more with interest and more and more. These are the budgets that maintain the status quo. This is the line we're holding. This is not a good line. It's not a good thing. It may be boring, but frankly, it's boring in a frightening sense. We're used to it. We're used to poor budgets. We're used to budgets that pretend to do us a good service. We're used to budgets. We shouldn't vote for them just because we're used to them. I recognize how this is going to go. Everyone here does. I'm disappointed in this budget, not because it surprised me, but because the citizens look at this and they go, nothing new here. And if they say that with this budget, with all the cuts we put into place in the past, and they just say, nothing new here, shame on us. We need to do better. So I will be voting no. I would urge my colleagues to consider voting no. And if they can't, then rise to explain your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I similarly rise to explain my vote. I will also be voting no on this budget, and I do so for 3 reasons. The first reason is that the budget does nothing to address the long-term financial problems that this county faces. At the end of 2014, the county's general fund had an unassigned, unrestricted fund balance of $4.2 million. That may sound like a lot of money, but remember, we operate a budget that is in excess of $1 billion. That's with a B, $1 billion. And that was achieved after deferring $18.8 million of pension costs at the end of 2014. And we've deferred a total of $63 million of pension costs in recent years. The second quarter key indicator report, which is the last benchmark measure of the county's financial status this year that we have received, predicts that the county will end 2015 with that its budget will end 2015 in a range of from a loss of $4.3 million to a gain of $1.9 million. During the committee meetings, it was estimated that the range, whenever we get to see, and obviously I won't because I won't be here, But whenever this body gets to see the third quarter key financial report, that the range will be narrowed, but it wasn't indicated that the midpoint would be much different than was on the second quarter key indicator report. If we use the midpoint on the second quarter key indicator report, that would mean that we will have a loss in this year's budget of $1.2 million. In addition, in the 2016 budget, we are appropriating $1.6 million of general fund balance to balance the 2016 budget. That means, Mr. President, that the $4.2 million balance, unassigned general fund balance that we had at the end of last year will have been reduced with this year's results and next year's fund balance appropriation to a mere $1.4 million, which is an absolute pittance compared to our $1.2 billion budget. In addition, Mr. President, we learned during the committee hearings about the budget of the impact of pending labor settlements in the sheriff's office. As I understand it, there's been an arbitration settlement regarding the Road Patrol Deputies Union that is going to cost the county $1.6 million. Now, the Road Patrol unit of the sheriff's office is only one of the units in the sheriff's office. And indeed, for example, the jail bureau is over twice as large in terms of employees as the road patrol. Generally, when one union settles like that, it definitely sets the pattern for what the other settlements will be. So indeed, we can estimate that if the road patrol settlement is going to cost $1.6 million, that the overall settlements that are reached for the various unions in the sheriff's office will end up costing somewhere north of $3 million. Now, it was indicated during the budget hearings that this unbudgeted cost would be made up by maintaining vacancies in the sheriff's office. I would suggest to this honorable body, Mr. President, that the number of vacancies that would be required to make up that much money will be darn near impossible. And indeed, in the jail bureau, it would be virtually impossible without raising issues of serious safety concern for prisoners and employees in the jail. So, Mr. President, this budget does nothing to solve or even address our long-term financial problems, which I sincerely believe will only be getting worse. My second reason for voting against this budget, Mr. President, is that in my estimation, it continues to waste money. We continue to spend something like $750,000 a year to rent those 2 parking lots on West Main Street, for which no one's ever been able to give me any rational reason why we continue to rent those parking lots year after year after year. It continues to pay $480,000 a year rent for the building on West Main Street, euphemistically referred to as the Wegman building, when the county has, at least at the last information we were provided, only 12 employees in that building. It continues the practice of awarding $477,500 for subsidizing various sporting activities, which range from the Niagara Swimming Winter Festival to the Sweet Lac Summer Invitational and the U.S. Quidditch Northeast Regional. I wish I had any idea what those things were. The only thing the budget does is that it will make it harder for this body to know where that money is going, because the Sports Commission is being abolished and the money is going to go to the Visitors Bureau, and the expenditure of it will be buried in the expenditures of the Visitors Bureau. Meanwhile, and finally, Mr. President, there are real areas of this budget where additional expenditures are needed. The number of children, for example, the number of children in daycare continues to drop. Sunday hours at the Central Library have been canceled. The Museum and Science Center funding has been flat for longer than anybody can remember. There are serious problems pending in the child protection area as cases are rising dramatically without any additional staffing being hired to handle these increased caseloads. The implications of this situation in the child protective area, Mr. President, I submit, are frightful. And as one speaker said tonight, quote, a disaster waiting to happen, end of quote. And unfortunately, I share that belief. So, Mr. President, because this budget does nothing to address our long-term financial problems, continues to waste money in some areas while failing to meet desperate needs in other areas, I will be voting no on this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Legislator Haney. Is there any other discussion at this time? I believe Legislator Gamble's hand went up first.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to thank you for the year's service that you provided us since I've been here. I rise to explain my vote. My district is, I think, in all realities, the poorest district in the county ledge. I will not be voting for this budget because it does nothing to impact my constituents in my district. I swore oath when I entered this office to represent my district in a professional fashion, and I worked on committees with my colleagues and constituents to try to make an impact on my district and their district as well. But this budget here, the people that really need it are not being serviced. It's unfortunate because we go through the budget session year after year after year after year, and the same people are affected year after year after year after year with cuts. It's a moral thing with me because I see visually how it impacts my district, my constituents. I walk by some of the homeless people when I go to different areas or different community centers that some of us have been touched by, and I like to thank the administration for giving some money to some of these community centers, but it doesn't do enough. It helps the children. I'm grateful for that, but it misses out on the elderly and the sick and some of the homeless people. The library was a good resource that I use in my professional life with my kids that I work with to do research and to gather facts and stuff like that, to keep them out of trouble on weekends when they more than likely will get into trouble if they have idle minds and idle time. It's unfortunate that we could not come to some kind of resolution to try to spread the money around evenly or equitably, but that hasn't happened. So for those reasons, I cannot vote for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Gamble. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, thank you. I also rise to explain my vote this evening and will be voting against this proposed 2016 budget. And I actually want to read a quote if you'll give me a few seconds here. The county argues that it's currently in the midst of a financial crisis with unprecedented uncertainty. It has balanced its recent budgets with one-shot funding sources that are no longer available, and it is approaching the point where it will no longer be able to meet its existing wage obligations. The county notes it is demonstrably one of the most fiscally stressed local governments in New York State. Its general fund balance is less than 2% of revenues, a precarious position that has been cited as a matter of concern by both the state controller and the bond rating agencies. That actually sounds like a lot of stuff that I've said over the years, and Legislator Haney and all my colleagues on the side of the aisle have repeated, but in fact it comes from the Interest Arbitration Award and summarizes the county's position and what they argued when they presented their case in terms of what they could afford to pay wage increases in the recent PBA settlement. And so I use this just kind of, it's not really independent, but as another source to validate a lot of the concerns that the side of the aisle has raised for years. In fact, the county is in a difficult financial position. It doesn't have long-term budgeting solutions or plans. It is in a precarious position and has balanced its budgets with recent one-shots. And so as Legislator Haney has indicated, I don't think it's financially responsible to vote for a budget that continues those practices. And this budget certainly doesn't deviate from them in any notable way, as well as the concerns that my colleague Legislator Gamble raised in terms of people in this community who are in need and who are not getting enough needed assistance, I would add, because I know we do a lot, but I just wish that we could do more. And so with that, I will be voting against the budget this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Andrews. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to Legislator Tucciarello.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting for this budget tonight, and I'm going to tell you my reasons why. First of all, the 2016 budget holds the property tax rate flat for a continued 12 straight year. It does this while closing a $22 million gap created by state mandates, which account for a staggering 85% of the county's total spending for the upcoming year. In all, the 2016 Monroe County budget cut spending by $5 million. The budget will once again ensure that the county taxpayers receive a tax rebate check. And the 2016 budget responsibly maintains the quality of life services that are vital to the families of Monroe County. For these and many other reasons, Mr. President, I'll be voting in favor of the 2016 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Tucciarello. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to a roll call vote.
On the main motion, Mr. Tucciarello. Yes. Ms. Andrews? No. Mr. Ansello? Yes. Mr. Baroth? No. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Dr. Carbone? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Flagler Mitchell? No. Mr. Gamble? No. Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Cayley? No. Mr. John Lightfoot? No. Mr. Willie Lightfoot? No. Mr. Marionetti? Yes. Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? No. Dr. Quattro? Yes. Mr. Rocco? Yes. Mrs. Stick? No. Ms. Taylor? Yes. Mr. Chirp? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Yes. Mr. Wilcox? No. Mr. Yolovich?
Yes.
President Adair?
For the last time on the budget, yes.
18 to 11, budget passes.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recess the full legislative meeting, and we will be back shortly. Don't go a long ways away. Legislators, can you please take your seats? You're welcome. Before we go back into session, it's been my customary procedure to introduce notable people that are within our crowd tonight. And I would like, at this time, I would like to say a special hello to former Deputy County Executive Dan DeLoss, who's in the back. Dan, welcome. And I would be remiss if I didn't introduce the former CFO of Monroe County, soon to be the Honorable Scott Michael Adair. Scott? We're just having fun tonight, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, okay? We're good. All right. All right. Are we ready? Bill Taylor's here too. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, see, I knew I was going to get that. Folks, there he is. Supreme Court Judge Bill Taylor, soon to be. Anybody? All right, we set? All right. We will now move to item number 94 on your agenda. You got a new sheet that was just handed out. That is a revision. So at this point, will the clerk please read item number 94?
Item number 94, referral 15-0405.
It is moved by Legislator Marinelli. It is seconded by Legislator Turp. Is there any discussion on this matter of urgency? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 95, referral 15-0406BR.
Moved by Legislator Yolovich. It is seconded by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to sever the question of 14 and 61.
I believe that severing that motion is out of order. Am I correct in saying that?
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, we have an appeal for it, but it is out of order, and I believe that is correct. Thank you. Do you have other people that would like to second that? Legislator Morelli would, so that now that everybody in my last meeting has told me that I'm not right on that one after 6 years, let's go to a roll call vote on it.
Yes sustains the rule of the chair. Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Ms. Andrews? No. Mr. Ansello? Yes. Mr. Baroth? No. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Dr. Carbone? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? No. Mr. Gamble? Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Kaylee? No. Mr. John Lightfoot? No. Mr. Willie Lightfoot? No. Mr. Marionetti? Yes. Mr. Michike? Yes. Mr. Morelli? No. Dr. Quattro? Yes. Mr. Rocco? Mrs. Stick? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
Yes.
18 to 11, rule of the chair is sustained.
Okay, is there any other discussion on item number 95 at this time? Legislator Baroth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the President to the Administration, I have one brief question. Could you please describe what's being purchased under the Airspace Protection Program? That's project reference number 3.
I'm not hearing him. I don't know if it's me, but I'm not hearing you.
A very soft voice, apparently. Should I repeat myself?
It's okay.
It's on.
Go for it.
I'll try again.
Yep.
Thank you. Through the President to the Administration, I have a question on project reference number 3, the Airspace Protection Program, and my question is, what is being purchased under this, that's actually capital improvement? What is this project?
Through the President, the Airspace Protection Program exists in our master plan, so therefore any properties that become available or any obstructions that do exist or will exist in the future, trees, funds would be used to either take care of those issues, or if properties within the runway protection zone or other properties that have been identified in the master plan become available, those funds could be used to purchase those properties.
Thank you. So through the President to the Administration, so I'm clear. So in the past, when we purchased upon 4 or 5 different occasions properties around the airport for this reason, those funds came from this capital improvement plan?
Through the President, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, as you know from past go-rounds on this, I believe that forcing the legislature to vote en masse for all these individual bond resolutions, when they in fact appear in the minutes of the legislature as individual actions, which they aren't, and forcing us to vote en masse for all of them, I believe is both illegal and inappropriate. And I wish I had the financing to bring an Article 78 proceeding, but I obviously don't. So my only recourse is to vote against the package, and I will do so.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I will move to a roll call vote on item number 95.
Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Ansello? Yes. Mr. Baroth? Yes. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Dr. Carbone? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Yes. Mr. Gamble? Yes. Mr. Haney? No. Mr. Howland? Yes. Ms. Cayley? Yes. Mr. John Lightfoot? Yes. Mr. Willie Lightfoot? No. Mr. Marionetti? Yes. Mr. Michike? Yes. Mr. Morelli? Yes. Dr. Quattro? Yes. Mr. Rocco? Yes. Mrs. Stick? No. Ms. Taylor? Yes. Mr. Terp? Yes. Mrs. Valerio? Yes. Mr. Wilcox? Yes. Mr. Yolovich? Yes. President Adair?
Yes.
26 to 3, resolution passes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 96, referral 15-0407.
Moved by Legislator Yolovich, it is second by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 97, referral 15-0408.
Moved by Legislator Yolovich, it is second by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm through I'm wondering, Mr. President, if someone could briefly inform us about what the trend of unpaid school taxes has been. That is, how the amount we have to re-levy this year compares to the amount we had to re-levy last year, roughly.
President, if I can speak in round numbers, this year we're re-levying roughly $20 million. That is slightly higher than last year, which I think was more like $18 to $19 million. It has fluctuated in that $17 to $20 million for at least 4 or 5 years.
Thank you.
Any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 98, referral 15-0409.
Moved by Legislator Yolovich, second by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 99, referral 15-0410.
Moved by Legislator Yolovich. It is seconded by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 100, referral 15-0411.
Moved by Legislator Rocco, moved by Legislator Yolovich, is seconded by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? That item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 101, referral 15-0412.
Moved by Legislator Yolovich, it is seconded by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries.
I
The floor
rise.
is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. I rise to make a motion that we move the rest of the agenda with the exceptions of items number 18, 49, 65. I'll start over. 18, 49, 65, 70, and 90 through 93.
Okay, so we've got 18, 49, 65, 70, and we are set on the other ones, correct? The rest of them are all the MOUs have been.
Yeah, 90
Which
through
one?
93 are MOUs.
90.
Through 93.
Okay,
Which are the MOUs, Mr. President?
yeah, I just want to make sure I don't miss them. 90, 91, 92, and 93. Okay, all right, got it. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Thank you.
It is second by Legislator Andrews. Is there any discussion on moving the agenda? All in favor say aye. Opposed? The I bel- That was very quick. I like that. Didn't get a second until late. He wrote a point. Okay. You want to suspend the rules for the purpose of? Okay, that's it. I got it. And I got a second. You?
Point of order, sir.
Your point of order.
It's out of order. It's not on the agenda.
Correct, it is not on the agenda.
It's a motion to suspend, sir. Point of order.
Yes, go ahead. I'm going to rule on the point of order that this, again, can you give me what it was that you were, because I'm going to rule on that. I'm not ruling on that it's out of order.
It's a motion to suspend the rules
For the purpose of,
to introduce a matter of urgency
continue.
related to the funding of a homeless shelter.
Aha. That's why it's out of order, right there. We've already done that tonight. You can, yes, you can if you have a second for that.
It's for this year.
Yep.
Not for next year's
It's not for next year, it's for this year.
Mamma mia. Okay. That was pretty good maneuvering. Yes, the baby could have been born. All right. We're going to vote on this because we've already got our staff, our crack staff is up there. Thank you. We are suspending the rules for the purpose of introducing something. Now, wait a minute. Hold it. Before you go, hang on. We're not suspending the rules? We are suspending the rules. So
It's a motion to suspend.
okay, so we are going to be, instead of passing out things, I want to make sure I'm on this. We got to vote on suspending the rules first, okay? You okay with that? All right. So I know you guys are like out there doing paces right now, but the piece of paper you got right now, it doesn't exist, okay? We are now going to call for a roll call vote to suspend the rules. How'd I do? Not bad, huh? Thanks. Suspension of the rules. Is the clerk ready?
On the suspension of the rules, Mr. Tucciarello. Ms. Andrews. Mr. Ansello. Mr. Baroth. Ms. Boyce. Dr. Carbone. Mr. Colby. Mr. Daniele. Mr. Delahanty. Mrs. Draw. Mr. Flagler Mitchell. Mr. Gamble. Mr. Haney. Mr. Howland. Ms. Cayley. Mr. John Lightfoot. Mr. Willie Lightfoot. Mr. Marionetti. Mr. Michike. Mr. Morelli. Dr. Quattro. Mr. Rocco. Mrs. Stick. Ms. Taylor. Mr. Terp. Mrs. Valerio. Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Yolovich. President Adair.
No.
11 to 18, motion to suspend the rules fails.
Glad I brought that one back around. Thank you. Now, where were we? We're back to our agenda, which we are number 18, I believe. And when the clerk is ready, we will start with 18.
Item number 18, referral 15-0324.
Moved by Legislator Ansello, it is second by Legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Cayley, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, through you to the administration, if I understand this correctly, this is a grant for additional public safety purchases that will enhance. I just had so much fun, I forgot what I was going to say. That will enhance public safety in Monroe County. Can I get an explanation through the President of what this grant will be used for?
Through the President, this grant will be used to construct 3 additional towers, which will increase the coverage of our public tower sites to increase our public safety communication system.
Thank you. And currently, all the towers that we use through the President to the administration, Monroe County owns as well.
Through the President, that is correct.
Thank you. And then looking over the contract with M3S through the President, I honestly can say that I couldn't find where the maintenance of the towers are included or if they are not included. Could you answer that, please?
Through the chair, Monroe County contracted with M3S to construct the public safety communications system. We paid for that through that contract, and annually we pay them to maintain it.
Thank you. That there is no conflict of Monroe County having more towers constructed and additional maintenance provided by M3S through the President?
Through the chair, we're not following you. What conflict?
It was brought up in committee that there might be a conflict. However, since the county owns the towers, there would be no conflict as to offering the grant. I was just reiterating that, looking for confirmation. If I could go forward through the president, M3S does in fact maintain the towers that we own.
Through the chair, yes, they maintain the equipment on the towers.
Thank you. And then moving forward into future years, through the president, once these are constructed, would that not increase a maintenance contract, that the maintenance of these towers with revenue going back towards M3S for the maintenance? Or another way to ask that, thank you, please explain how that maintenance would be covered and paid for.
Through the chair, we receive a one-year warranty from Harris on all the equipment that is installed onto the tower, and we believe, our CFO is telling me, that maintaining that tower would be able to be included in the existing budget beyond the one-year warranty.
Thank you. Without any additional cost through a maintenance contract with M3S.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Through the president.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Willie Lightfoot. The floor is yours. You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. President, to the administration, does this particular grant going to affect trunk radio systems? Through you, Mr. President, to the administration.
Through the president, it is for the trunk radio system.
Okay. For that reason, Mr. President, I'm going to be voting no on this particular, as the ranking minority member of the Public Safety Committee, as well as a 20-year veteran on the Rochester Fire Department. I submitted questions, very simple questions, a list of questions to the administration asking for questions that was convened by members who've been researching this topic for a very long time. And because that I'm gonna have to vote no, because we rely on our radio systems as well as people in public safety, emergency services for that matter, and EMS a lot. And it's been proven, if you do your research, which I asked this body to do and help me to do by supporting getting these questions answered from the administration, that these systems have failed. Our firefighters are fighting fires. And I'm gonna tell you, that radio is my lifeline. And I don't want a radio that's gonna fail. And I want one of my brothers or my sisters to have a radio that's going to fail. This is very serious stuff, and I can't vote for something that I don't have all the information on that we requested that were very simple questions. Have they been tested? Are we doing our research and our due diligence to make sure that these radios work? This is not a game. This is very serious stuff. People are going into burning buildings, and the only thing sometimes that we have to connect back with command is our radio. And these radio systems in other departments have failed. The trunk radio systems have failed. I mean, people cannot communicate to command. That's serious. Imagine your son, your daughter on the other end of that radio, and they can't call for help. So to you, Mr. President, to the administration, or explaining to the rest of my colleagues, I'd urge you to vote no until we get more information about these trunk radio systems, because we don't want to be putting systems that are just not proven to work in the hands of people that really need these things. And for that, because I didn't get those answers to those questions, I'm going to have to vote no.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Flagler Mitchell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also going to be voting no on this. We have gotten many complaints from firefighters that has said that this system will not work for us. Also, I've been on the fire department 20 years and have experienced a collapse going on a porch. And I tell you, that radio, like Legislator Lightfoot said, is our lifeline. When you can't get back to command and tell them where you at, then that's a problem. And I urge you all to vote no on this, because someone, from what the research they done, someone will get killed with and the reason why is because they won't be able to get back, won't be able to radio command. So I'm voting no, and I urge everybody else to vote no.
Thank you, Legislator Flagler-Mitchell. Is there any other discussion at this time? If not, I will move to a roll call vote.
Mr. Tucciarello? Ms. Andrews? Mr. Ansello? Mr. Baroth? Ms. Boyce? Dr. Carbone? Mr. Colby? Mr. Daniele? Mr. Delahanty? Mrs. Straw? Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Mr. Gamble? Mr. Haney? Mr. Howland? Ms. Cayley? Mr. John Lightfoot? Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Mr. Marionetti? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Dr. Quattro? Mr. Rocco? Mrs. Stick? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
Yes.
18 to 11, resolution passes.
Next item, please.
Item number 49, referral 15-0356, authorizing contract.
And a second. I have a move by the Honorable Robert J. Colby from the great town of Ogden for the very last time. And I have a second by Legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Yes. Legislator Boyce.
Sir. At this time, Mr. President, I'd like to declare my interest. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item.
Item number 65, referral 15-0372.
Moved by Legislator Colby. It is seconded by Legislator Yolovich. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Tucciarello.
I would just like to disclose that my wife is employed at ACM Medical Laboratory.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 70, referral 15-0377, adopting Seneca Park Zoo Development Plan Update.
Moved by the Honorable Mary Valerio from the great town of Chili. How'd I do? Bad, huh? And seconded by Legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be voting against this, not because I have anything against the zoo, but because this is a mammoth project that has received no discussion at this legislative body at all. I would like to pose a question, and that is, what is the estimated cost of this entire project if carried to its totality? Through the chair.
Through you, Mr. President, as the master plan clearly states, the total project cost, if carried out through its 10-year plan, is $85 million.
So we're talking, Mr. President, about a commitment of $85 million. As I say, this plan might be the greatest thing since sliced bread, but there's a number of us who are leaving here after this meeting. Something of this scope that has not been discussed by the legislature. It was not discussed at the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting, although I realize Mr. Staub was prepared to make a presentation. And I think it's unfair and inappropriate for us to bind an incoming county executive and an incoming county legislature with the adoption of a plan that has a price tag of that magnitude attached to it. As I say, I'm not necessarily opposed to the plan. I'm opposed to the timing of the adoption of the plan, and feel that something of this magnitude that a future legislature and a future county executive are going to have to fund should be deferred to them for their judgment. So I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Boyce, floor is yours.
Yes, through the president to Mr. Staub, can you tell the legislature exactly what has occurred with regards to this referral as far as public discussion and a breakdown of basically, what we're talking about here?
Through you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This master planning process was very collaborative and very engaging with the public. We had 3 public meetings attended by hundreds of citizens, neighbors, parks preservationists, zoo proponents, and this master plan has been universally accepted and endorsed. Has the full endorsement, as you heard in your public forum, of the Seneca Park Zoo Society, our private nonprofit partners, who will be raising private funds for this master plan as well. This does not commit the legislature or future county executives to the entire $85 million price tag. This is a master plan, as you know, which is a plan that enumerates priorities, and that's exactly what this plan does. But this proposal respects the 1991 master plan footprint, and in doing so has the support of the Landmark Society, of neighbors, of, as I said, of zoo proponents. This is a very well-crafted, well thought out, and well-presented plan, which also has a business analysis contained with it. And it's been out for over a month for additional comment. We had a wonderful meeting with the Parks Advisory Committee, attended by many people, where we had our out-of-town consultants come in and make a great presentation. And this plan will definitely make our zoo one of the top mid-sized zoos in the nation.
Legislator Valerio, the floor is yours.
I'd just like to say, Mr. President, that having been a part of the Parks Advisory Committee for a number of years, and now entering into that grand phase of life of grandmotherhood, it'll be 3 times in 16 months. One of the exciting aspects, this is an optimistic project. It's something that will let our community shine brighter. And knowing that I'm entering into that phase of also needing a little more support, it's exciting that some of the features that will be proposed are for those who are handicapped and maybe a little tired. And I know that the spending doesn't necessarily have to happen. You know, we've seen that in many of our plans. But it's something to look forward to make the future brighter in Rochester and Monroe County. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to move to a roll call vote.
Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Ms. Andrews? Yes. Mr. Ansello? Yes. Mr. Baroff? Yes. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Dr. Carbone? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Mr. Delahanty? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Mr. Gamble? Mr. Haney? Mr. Howland? Ms. Cayley? Mr. John Lightfoot? Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Mr. Marionetti? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Dr. Quattro? Mr. Rocco? Mrs. Stick? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
Yes.
28-1, resolution passes.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 90, referral 15-0401.
Moved by Legislator Tucciarella, second by Legislator Daniele. Is there any discussion on this item? Legislator Andrews.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Yes.
a couple of questions about this one, especially how it pertains to the rescheduling of the organizational meeting. Just looking through the rules, and it appears that our rules obligate the legislature to meet on the first business day following January 1st of each year, following the general election of county legislators when we reorganize. And given that January 1st is a Friday next year, the first business day would be Monday the 4th. Is that an accurate reading of the rules through the President?
My interpretation of it, Legislator Andrews, is that we have the leverage to do it at any time. So I interpreted it a little bit differently, but it has to be done by that first business day. And one of the reasons that I put this in was the fact that there are so many organizational meetings and all that, and I did not want to have this meeting at a time that would not allow people's families and their friends and all that to be at our organizational meeting. So that isn't the reason that I put it in at that time.
Mr. President, I can respect that opinion. I know that some of my fellow caucus members may want to speak about being called in on a Sunday, which is also a day generally reserved for family and for some religious observance. And I'll let them do that in a second. But my concern, though, is, are you then interpreting that to mean the first business day following January 1st is a Sunday?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And then my other question then, just through the chair, is one of the issues in our rules, section 545-31, is that if any time we're going to amend one of our rules, amend, adopt, or rescind a rule, it has to be given to legislators in writing, which this was, but after it goes to the Agenda Charter Committee for its consideration before it gets adopted by the legislature. So I wondered through you if I could ask the county attorney if there's an issue, if we're changing or if we're amending one of our rules tonight, but yet this matter hasn't gone before the Agenda Charter Committee for its consideration.
I believe we can answer that. I made sure of this.
Through the President, the charter section cited, Mr. President, in your letter, section C2-9, indicates that a meeting can be conducted on the first day of January of each year or as soon thereafter as practicable. And so to the extent that that charter section may be different from the rules of the legislature, that charter section would prevail. So to answer the legislator's question, no, an amendment is not necessary.
Thank you. Through the President, then also you don't believe there's a requirement that it go before the Agenda Charter Committee before it come to us for our consideration?
Mr. President, the answer to that question is yes, it does not need to go to the Agenda Charter Committee.
Thank you. And then just lastly, not to belabor this point, but through the President, it seems quite clear in the rules that it specifically does say the organizational meeting of the county legislature must be held on the first business day following January 1. I don't know, I'm not clear on what would supersede that strict requirement in terms of when we hold the organizational meeting.
Through the President, it would be the county charter, section C2-9.
Thank you. Through the President. And then is that customary that the charter would then supersede our rules?
Through the President, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Wilcox.
Through you, Mr. President, the section of the charter that the county attorney is reading, is that referring to regularly scheduled meetings or organizational meetings?
I believe that the piece of paper that you have in front of you, no, what?
Yep, go ahead.
I got the floor. Okay?
Go ahead.
I believe the piece of paper you have in front of you is in regards to this organizational meeting. I will explain the reason why I put this in one more time. No, I really will. I really will.
No, I heard you.
I know,
First
okay.
time.
So I just want to make sure, because we often repeat things all the time in this body, and I don't want to do that, but I want to make sure clearly that you understand why I did this.
No, I do understand.
Okay, the reason I did this, and I'll make this clear, was because there are so many other organizational meetings going on and other people being sworn in that I wanted to make sure that, you know what, we could have had this at 10 a.m. in the morning on Monday morning. Could have done that. We could have done that. And then I know that there are people over here and there are people over here that their families have to go to work or have something they have to do and they can't be there. So that is the reason why this date was picked. And I believe, and we can ask the county attorney.
That's what my question was. Through you to the county
I
attorney.
believe, excuse me, I have the floor. And
Actually,
I'm not debating
I
you.
had the floor.
Okay? I have the floor right now because you asked a question.
Through you
okay?
to the county attorney.
You're not going through the county attorney at this point. You're going through me. Okay? I believe that what I did was in my purview to do that.
Under what
Now,
section of the charter
I will
was it
tell
your
you,
purview?
I will tell you that if we want to, we can ask the county attorney again the same question,
Just
okay?
cite the section of the charter that you're referring to.
Would the
Mr.
county
President.
attorney please interpret this for us so that we can have a ruling on it? Thank you.
Mr. President, you are correct in your interpretation.
No, through you, Mr. President, what section of the charter is cited? She's citing a section that refers to regular meetings, not the organizational meeting.
Asked and answered.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? The item carried. Excuse me? Let's go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Tucciarello? Ms. Andrews? Mr. Ansello? Mr. Baroth? Ms. Boyce? Dr. Carbone? Mr. Colby? Mr. Daniele? Mr. Delahanty? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Flagler Mitchell? Mr. Gamble? Mr. Haney? Mr. Howland? Ms. Cayley? Mr. John Lightfoot? Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Mr. Marionetti? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Dr. Quattro? Mr. Rocco? Mrs. Stick? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
Yes.
18 to 11, resolution passes.
Next item, please.
Item number 91, referral 15-0402.
Moved by Legislator Yolovich, second by Legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Item carries. Next item, please.
Item number 92, referral 15-0403.
Moved by Legislator Tucciarello, second by Legislator Quattro. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, Mr. President. And again, congratulations to you on becoming a grandfather.
Thank you.
I'll make my points quick so that you can get on the road and see the new baby. Mr. President, it has been an honor and privilege, to serve on the Monroe County Compensation Policy Commission. The commission met per the legislature's vote last month. We met a total of 4 times. We met and discussed what it was that we wanted our report to contain. It was to contain, we were supposed to review the sheriff's salary. Now, according to the charter, Mr. President, we should have reviewed the salaries of all elected officials, but the county attorney told us we didn't have to based on her interpretation of the county charter, so The Republicans, as they usually do, went right along with it. Mr. President, the Compensation Policy Commission has issued a report. It is a report that is appalling. It didn't take into account a single idea proposed by any Democratic appointed members. It asked for things in our initial meetings like, what is it that we would want in a new sheriff, the qualities of the person we would want to be a new sheriff, and how a salary would encourage people to run for the office. That was what Chairman Hurlbut told us in our third meeting. It was then in our fourth meeting, which unfortunately I was unable to attend due to prior commitments out of town, and when I asked for that meeting to be rescheduled, I was told no. So, Mr. President, we looked over what it was that the sheriff would be paid, future sheriffs, and the report has come out, and it is abysmal. It introduces a sliding scale for an elected official. How disgusting. It is already, the Monroe County Sheriff is the highest paid sheriff in upstate New York. This is nothing more than a political gift to ensure that the grand old party rewards the old boys club. We are instituting tonight a policy that would give the current sheriff a massive increase in his salary, while many of his deputies go without increases in their own salaries. It then says that if anyone is interested in running for sheriff in the future, they will make less money. It is simply a way to encourage people to run over and over and over and over again so that your salary will increase. Perhaps, as the majority leader wanted to make sure that the sheriff was compensated well, perhaps if I was a Gates police chief, I would be excited that the majority leader is going to the town board in Gates, as he'll likely get an increase in his pay, assuming, of course, he's a Republican. What you have done is ensured that elections don't matter. That simply make sure that we take the tax dollars that are given to us and issued to your buddies. Mr. President, this report is disgusting. I cannot be in favor of it. I am sorry that the members of the commission decided to take their political appointments simply as they were, as political appointments, and simply give gifts where they felt it was necessary. I will be voting against this. I encourage all members of this body to vote against it. Process was wrong, done after Election Day, ignored the charter, and simply giving money to the sheriff because he's a Republican. Mr. President, I think Sheriff O'Flynn has done a great job. I'm proud of his work. I'm proud that he comes out of East Irondequoit, my town. But, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it is right for elected officials to simply get into office because of money. We have a greater duty to the people of our county, the taxpayers. So, Mr. President, I would encourage all members on both sides of the aisle to vote against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews.
Chairman, I just wondered, we received the final copy of this report a few hours ago, and if there was anyone here from the commission that voted for the final report who might be here to answer questions about it.
I don't believe there is.
No?
No.
Okay. I guess I shouldn't find that too surprising, but I'm going to vote against the recommendation for a lot of the reasons that have already been iterated by my colleague. I do believe that it was convened unlawfully, as we discussed at the last legislature meeting when we passed the referral to create it. I also have concerns that, as has happened on occasion in the past, we've sent letters requesting information to the administration or the county attorney and haven't received any responses. I know I did that, as well as my appointees to the commission indicated they would get, I believe they were even told they would get responses in writing, and then they never got anything back. I'm also aware that their request to interview the sheriff, which seems to be entirely rational and reasonable when you're considering what would be appropriate compensation for somebody to interview that person, have a one-on-one conversation, have him or her defend, the salary increase that they're asking for, that they're interested in getting, and that request was denied. Some of the rationales, at least as I understand them from briefly glancing through the final report we just received, the final recommendation just seems to fly in the face of those rationales. I don't even understand, maybe somebody in here could explain why having a sliding scale where the starting salary becomes less than what it is now would help recruit the best possible candidate for sheriff. I mean, I would actually pose that as a question through you to anybody in the administration.
I believe since, Legislator Andrews, I believe since this was a recommendation by a commission that was appointed by this body, that there is no one in the administration that would be able to answer that.
And through you then to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, are you guys comfortable going forward with this, knowing that there's nobody here
I
to answer any
believe
questions
it's out of
about it?
order for you to directly ask them a question.
Okay, I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense why the sliding scale would be put in place to recruit the best people to run for this office. I also find it just very bizarre that if Sheriff O'Flynn runs for re-election, or an incumbent sheriff, again, removing the person, doesn't matter, runs for re-election, then he or she's at a higher pay scale than a challenger. So the challenger's campaigning for an office that's going to pay $20,000 less than an incumbent. And what is he or she going to say to the voters? Hey, vote for me, you'll save 20 grand because my salary is going to be less than the guy who's there now. I mean, that just seems to be a very bizarre way to set salary schedules for elected officials. I get that, the salaries have been set in stone, actually not the sheriffs, but many others for years, and the sheriffs keeps coming up as an issue. I just think that the rationale that I've read in here is highly flawed. The sliding scale concept, I think we're going to come to regret because I just really don't think that's going to work out in anybody's interest in the long run. And so for those reasons, I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Legislator Kaley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explaining my vote, I will not be supporting this. And first of all, the process, I believe, was improper at its best. And while I don't doubt that my colleague on the other side of the aisle, Legislator Tucciarello, wanted to put this to rest once and for all, I believe that he may have offered this in good faith. But I think that the policy and the way that it was handed down was done in less than good faith and rushed through. I don't believe that this issue will go silently into the good night and disappear. I believe that as a body we are going to need to address this again at some point, and certainly those that have been involved, many will be gone. But again, as to my colleagues and their statement of objections, I agree with them. And I would say something else, that this was a very important thing to be handled prior to the end of 2015, to be voted on prior to the end of 2015. And yet, to my knowledge, I am the only other county legislator that went to any of these meetings. I don't believe that anyone else went. Oh, I am sorry.
Thank you.
I am sorry.
It's okay.
So I feel that we have entered into something that was a bit of a folly, and the process was flawed. And I have to admit, I felt embarrassment for the Republican appointees as to their behavior and the tenor of the meetings themselves, and they can be witnessed on YouTube if you so choose. But it was a very disappointing process, and therefore I won't be voting for it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Haney, the floor is yours.
Just briefly to explain my negative vote, Mr. President, I will be voting no primarily for two reasons. One, because as I understand it, 2 of the 4 affirmative votes on the commission for this change in the sheriff's salary were cast by individuals who are members of the board of directors of the Sheriff's Foundation. I believe they had a clear conflict of interest in doing so, and should not have been on the commission, and B, should not have been voting on the issue. Secondly, the differential salary of contending candidates, which is the result of the way the so-called sliding scale has been interpreted by the commission, deeply troubles me. that on the one hand, if the incumbent won the next election, he or she would get paid X, or if the challenger won the next election, he or she would get paid X minus several $1,000s, depending on how long the incumbent has been in office. The fact that the salary to be paid could, as a result of that, actually become an issue in the election troubles me. And I've never heard of such an arrangement being applied to elected public officials, and for that reason, I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? We will now move to a roll call vote.
Mr. Tucciarello? Ms. Andrews? Mr. Ansello? Mr. Baroff? Ms. Boyce? Dr. Carbone? Mr. Colby? Mr. Daniele? Mr. Delahanty? Mrs. Draw? Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Mr. Gamble? Mr. Haney? Mr. Howland? Ms. Cayley? Mr. John Lightfoot? Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Mr. Marionetti? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Dr. Quattro? Mr. Rocco? Mrs. Stick? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Yolovich? President Adair?
Yes.
17 to 12, resolution passes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 93, referral 15-0404.
Moved by legislator Michike. It is seconded by legislator Rocco. Is there any discussion at this time? Legislator Andrews, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a couple of questions about how this got to us tonight. From what I recall, we forwarded 8 names to the governor's office earlier this year. Could you just explain why we have to forward 2 more this evening, please?
I believe that actually, both you and I got phone calls on this, and that the list that was sent in to us was given to us, and some of the names were not on there, and to expedite to get this through, get it through and get a full board over at RGRTA, they asked us for 2 additional names. I provided the 2 additional names.
Thank you. Mr. President, you are correct. I did receive a phone call explaining that we had to submit a couple more names. I was also informed that we weren't able to submit county employees, which has been a problem with the previous lists that have been submitted by the county, and I have some concern in that Legislator Yolovich is, I believe,
Now, you do
technically a
still
county
like
employee.
him, though, right?
I'm sorry?
You still do like him?
I do like him.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
I like him. I spent 10 years with him. I like him. But he is a county employee, and so I fear that this list would also be rejected like I believe the other names were.
I believe.
Similar concern.
Thank you. Your concern is noted, but I believe that Mr. Yolovich will be getting a plaque tonight from me, and it will say to him that your time and service are done here at the county, and therefore I have submitted his name because, as I will say in my remarks, I've never quite met a person more dedicated to this county and goes all over the world for it to promote this county. So I believe that Mr. Yolovich is an excellent choice for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I ask you how you also selected Mr. Driscoll to submit his name?
Mr. Driscoll has expressed interest in the past of being on the board, and I made sure that I called him, and he said he would submit his name.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Tucciarello? Yes. Ms. Andrews? Mr. Ansello? Yes. Mr. Baroff? No. Ms. Boyce? Yes. Dr. Carbone? Yes. Mr. Colby? Yes. Mr. Daniele? Yes. Mr. Delahanty? Yes. Mrs. Draw? Yes. Mr. Flagler-Mitchell? Mr. Flagler Mitchell? Mr. Gamble?
You can't split your vote. Say yes. He is a great guy. Oh, no, whoa, 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 whoa. His name's first on the list. His name's first on the list. Can we go with that? I think we should say yes. Make it a nice one for Dick. It might not be your last one. You never know what goes on here.
Mr. Haney?
Mr. Haney.
Mr. Howland? Ms. Cayley? Mr. John Lightfoot? Mr. Willie Lightfoot? Mr. Marionetti? Mr. Michike? Mr. Morelli? Dr. Quattro? Mr. Rocco? Mrs. Stick? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Terp? Mrs. Valerio? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Yolovich?
Can we just go to the next person right now?
And
Quick?
finally, President Adair.
Yes.
20-9, resolution passes.
Good luck, Legislator Yolovich. All right. With that, the President recognizes Legislator Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President,
You're
for
welcome.
the recognition. I rise to make a motion to discharge from committee referral which is called Enact a County Policy to provide a room for breastfeeding and lactating in buildings owned, leased, and operated by the County of Monroe.
It is moved by Legislator Andrews. It is seconded by Legislator Tucciarello, Legislator Quattro, Legislator Carbone, Legislator Daniel. I'm having fun, okay? Legislator Draw, Legislator Yolovich, Legislator Ansello, Legislator Boyce, Howland, Rocco, Valerio, Colby, Michike, Taylor, Marinetti, Delahany, and Terp. And over here, it is moved by Legislators Lightfoot, Cayley, Wilcox, Baroth, Morelli, Lightfoot in the back, Dorothy Stick, Legislator Stick, and Legislator Flagler Mitchell. Did I get everybody on the second? We have now discharged that from committee. In good fashion, too. I like that. Okay. We have to vote. We have to vote first. We have now gotten the motions. Okay, is there any discussion to discharge this from committee? Seeing none, all those in favor of discharging from committee say aye. Aye. Opposed? The item is discharged from committee. Is there any other discussion at this time? Legislator Tucciarello, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I rise to offer an amendment to this referral.
Do you have a second for that referral? I have a second from Legislator Andrews, and Legislator Quattro also is a second. We will now distribute it, and then we can discuss our second to our amendment. What's the matter? Before we get into discussion, I've done it all night. I'm going to do it again. I would like to, the chair would like to recognize former Monroe County legislator and majority leader, and now the town supervisor of the great town of Pittsford, Bill Smith. Bill? Hi. Okay, I have an amendment on the floor. Would anyone like to discuss the amendment? Nope. Okay, very good. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The amendment carries. Back to the main motion. Is there any discussion on the main motion? Legislator Andrews, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Mr. President, I'm so sorry.
It's
I called you
kind
Mr.
of getting
President
close
all
here.
day
You guys
long. I
should
know.
stay with the president, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. It probably goes without saying that I'm very pleased to see this before us tonight for our consideration. I think that this resolution has been a long time in the making. I think originally introduced it back in the summer of 2014. The health benefits from breastfeeding are well known to everybody for both the mother and the child, and it's also well known that when women return to work, a lot of them return with the intent of continuing to breastfeed, but there are a lot of obstacles sometimes that occur in the workplace, and so having safe, private, clean rooms established can sometimes make the difference for women continuing to breastfeed or lactate should they choose to. And so this bill will establish a room in each county-owned or leased building where appropriate and when there's a need to promote breastfeeding in Monroe County, which I think is a great initiative and something that, is such, we've got a lot of say on public health issues here, and I think that we should use that voice, use our voice. And so I'm pleased to see this. I hope that it's a first step in having some more progressive and expansive policies that support women at work and public health initiatives overall. And I especially want to thank Majority Leader Tucciarello for taking the time to meet with me, I don't know how many times, and listen to me talk about this. So gallons of coffee we've consumed, but thank you very much for your work on this, and to all the women in the legislature as well who are co-sponsors. I'm pleased, and I encourage my colleagues to vote for it. Thank you so much.
One question back to you. Who bought the coffee? Who bought the coffee? Jeez. Wow. All right, okay, they kept it ethical. Very good, thank you. Is there any other discussion at this time? Seeing none, we have discharged this from committee. It is before you now. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The item carries. Congratulations, Legislator Andrews. I'm not sure I'm supposed to say this, but I'm going to anyways. There is no unfinished business. However, don't put your coats on back there yet. We're not leaving. Tonight, I get the dubious honor of presenting the plaques to the county legislators as they retire. All right, so everybody be cool. I'm going to now move down here. My crack staff is going to help me out with this a little bit, right? Okay. All right. Don't you always look forward to this time when I get to speak about this? It's kind of nice. All right, here we go. The first plaque that I would like to give out is to a former county legislator, and that county legislator right now is our sitting county executive, Maggie Brooks. So I'm going a little bit off the area I should be going in, but I will say this: throughout my time in the legislature, I have had the honor of working side by side with Maggie, and I know that Maggie, not only does she put our residents first, but Maggie has for 12 years been an extraordinary ambassador to us within the state. I have seen her at NISAC. I have seen her in regional planning councils. I have seen her at regional transportation councils. We're going to miss her. It's hard to fill those shoes. She did a lot of footwork during those 12 years. You know, Maggie started right here in these chambers. From the town of Irondequoit. Great town. Whose district did she have? Joe, was it your district? Okay. Well, all right. We did good at one time. After that, Maggie went on to be the county clerk. And I don't recall, I was involved in county government at that time, but she was a county clerk, and I remember hearing good things about her. I remember seeing things about her, and I will tell you this, that as she progressed up the line and finally put her name out there to become the county executive, you know what? It was one of those things where I saw a lot of people and folks get excited, and it's been a long, long, long time since we saw people get excited about a individual running for an office, and in those days sometimes are missed, but I know that looking back, I think I was running for town supervisor in the town of Wheatland, and I really thought I had grown up in the town of Wheatland. I knew everybody, and Maggie went out door to door with me, and we went on 2nd Street. She doesn't remember that, but we did. And we went up to the Foster's house. Now, I know the Fosters. And when we knocked on the door, of course, I was not polished, and nor am I polished today as a politician, but Maggie walked right up to the door. I knew these people, thought this is going to be great because I can stand here and say something. And Mrs. Foster said, "Oh my God, look, it's Maggie Brooks at our doorstep." And she called her daughter and her son and all them to come out and see Maggie Brooks. I stood like back here, hi, running for town. That's my first story with her. She was the first woman in the history of Monroe County to be served as our county executive. Since 2004, she has made it her charge to make sure that she delivered as much as she could for the taxpayers in Monroe County. As we all know, we've talked about the budget extensively tonight, and Maggie would not let the property tax rate go up. And even more important, she didn't let the spending go up either. And we work hard on that. And both sides of the aisle, we have our differences, but I hope tonight that we can explain some of those differences to people that don't get it, because all they see us on is the 6 o'clock news for 3.5 seconds. Okay? We're going to be nice tonight. I was nice tonight. Okay. During her administration, she championed many initiatives, and one of them that I think that she should be the most proud of is Thinking Green, the initiative to make our community greener and a more sustainable future. This list could go on and on and on, and since there was bets tonight that we wouldn't be out of here much before 11, I might just go on and on and on and on. However, I am not. So, at this time, County Executive Brooks, would you please come up? Maggie, it's my privilege to present to you this plaque from the County Ledge, and I would like to give this, look at it, it's got all the three things you did. Here's the part where you went to Scottsville and showed me up, but that's all right, don't worry about that, all right?
I do remember that.
Great,
Yes.
Of course you do.
Yes,
All righty.
Well, thank you so much. You guys have heard me talk a lot over the last 12 years, so I will try and be brief tonight. Let me just say very simply, it has been such an incredible honor and privilege to serve this community. And everybody knows that a county executive does not serve alone. And so I'm so grateful to all of you in this room. The professionalism, the dedication that I see among the members of this legislature is second to none. Your partnership has been invaluable to me. There is nothing that has gone on in this county that hasn't been with the support and the partnership of this legislature, and I am grateful. I think sometimes it gets lost on people what we really do as a county. People come in contact with county government all the time, but they don't necessarily know they're coming in contact with county government. But I have seen the good work that you do. I have seen you be champions and advocates for the people that work in the county and the services and the programs that we provide. I said this in my State of the County, and it's really true. Every single day, I meet people who remind me about the importance of the work that we do, about the importance of public policy, and about what it means to represent public service in the way that we do. I am so grateful that I had a chance to work with all of you. And again, I thank you. A lot of you are going to continue on and continue to do great work. But I think we all realize that when we come into this chamber, we may not agree on everything. But what we do agree is that we represent what I believe is one of the greatest counties in New York State. And so we are always mindful that there is something bigger and greater than all of us. That's why I entered public service. I have been blessed to have 2 amazing careers in Rochester. For the first 18 years, I sat over at that media table covering the county legislature and county government. But I've had an opportunity to be a legislator, to be the county clerk and the county executive. And there's not a moment that I haven't treasured. So I am grateful for this. This represents the hard work of a lot of people who are here tonight, the members of my administration, past, present. They are just amazing, amazing people. And it's because of them that our administration has been able to shine, that we have been able to make an impactful difference in a good way in Monroe County. And the fact that I am very proud because I can truly walk away and say, and I believe, that we are leaving this county government better than we found it. So thank you very much. God bless you all. Have a great holiday, and I will miss you.
At this time, am I on? At this time, hello, am I on? Okay, good, all right. At this time, we will start bringing county legislators up that have served on this honorable body. I will say this as we start. You know, there are 29 of us here, and I do believe, no matter how cantankerous sometimes we get, we all have respect for each other. We have all, at many times, have played very nice in the sandbox. We all agree to the same values of this county and what our county executive just spoke about, making this a better place. At this time, I would like the Honorable Dorothy Stick to please come forward. Legislator Stick, you were appointed to the County Ledge in 2014. During your time here in the chambers, you served on transportation. I used to chair that.
That's why you picked me.
I wasn't a chair. It's okay. I did. I probably did futuristic stuff. I always do that. We don't do super colliders, though, in transportation. I don't believe so. Not yet. All right. That's a little humor. You've served on EPW, Public Works. You have represented Perrington and East Rochester communities extremely well. You have brought to this chamber a voice. Don't go away, Dorothy. You know what? This is it's more of a community service thing, and I know that you will go on to something else, and you will help out your community. And for that, I am proud to say that thank you for that, and thank you for your service here.
Thank you.
Be good. Speech.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your kind words and for this beautiful plaque. It's been an honor to represent the residents of Perrington and East Rochester. I'm especially grateful to the love and support of my family, my wonderful husband, George, my sons, Alexander and Stefan, and my friends during my time in office. Thank you. I'll miss you. Bye.
You know, we talked tonight a lot about how many years we've been here and how much time we've spent together. And I will tell you that this is one of the individuals that I am proud to be able to call a friend and to say that I am going to miss him. I believe that there is no one on either side of the aisle, Dick Yolovich will attest to this, that will tell you that Glenn Gamble is a very honorable man and has served his constituents very well over the past 10 years. Glenn, would you please come forward? Glenn, you served as the ranking majority member of Recreation and Education for 10 years. Now, you see the lady in the back that just took a picture of you right there? That's Mary Valerio. That's your partner. You're exactly right, that is your partner. And there is not a time that she doesn't say that, too. I have always enjoyed being on the Rec Commission, or the Rec and Ed Commission. I did enjoy the time that we went to the zoo. We used to go away. We used to go other places. Yeah, it was kind of fun. I know the clerk kind of never liked that because they'd always bring stuff. But you know what? We had fun. Didn't we have fun? Yeah, we did. We never went to a golf course. Not yet. But not yet. Are you? Oh, all right. We got a thumbs up. All right, good. Listen, Glenn, you are going to be missed here. And I know that you've got a lot of things that you do in this community. And I know that for some reason, in the back of my mind, you are not going to go away, and you're going to be helping your constituents out forever and ever and ever. You're a good man, and you are a kind man, and you have a lot of respect on both sides of this aisle. I will also tell you that Glenn served as a committee member on transportation. That's 10 years. It's kind of fun to be on transportation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun. There's Terry. Hi, Terry. It's all right, Terry. We always enjoyed you. We really did. So, Glenn, it's my privilege and an honor to present you with this plaque for all your years and everything you did. Thank you. Thank you. Get up here and say something, will you?
Well, it's one of those moments where you either stand up or you fall down, so I'm going to try to stand up. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve my constituents for 10 years and work with some of the greatest people I've ever come in contact with on both sides of the aisle. We've been helpful in other capacities. We might not agree, as Ms. Brooks said, on certain things, but outside of the meetings, people have been great and fantastic and helped me with other things, other venues, and other projects. Always been open, honest, and honorable. I hope this body continues to keep those things in place and, work a little bit better, giving the Democrats some leeway. That'll help. But again, I can say I was truly blessed to be able to represent and be in the presence of some great people. And I will always remember you. You never will be forgotten. And I will keep you in my prayers and be in touch with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job. Good job. The next legislator that I would like to recognize was part of the freshman class of 2006. I will tell you this. I have a respect and an admiration for Paul Haney that goes back to the first time I ever met him, and the way that he has always been professional. He has always been looking out for the finances. One of the things that's his forte is looking out for the finances of this county. I believe that there are many times when Paul always worked with his people and with our administration, and he actually had a lot of respect for the CFOs and what their job was and their task before him. Paul, I will tell you this, there are times I remember during budget hearings watching you and the former CFO, oh, that's Scott, go on and on and on and on. But you know something? That's what makes this body great. This body is great because we bring talents from all aspects. I'm still trying to figure out how a bread man works into that, but I'll figure that out before this night's over with. But Paul Haney, you have served since your first year in the legislature. You've served as a ranking minority leader on Ways and Means, a title you have kept all this time, Paul, all this time. You've also served on the committees of intergovernmental relationships, the Environmental and Public Works Committee. Your insight, your questions have been thoughtful, professional, and courteous. You are going to be missed, young man.
In more ways than one.
Exactly. Paul, it is a great honor to me to present you with this.
I almost feel sorry that my term has come to an end and I have to leave. Those of you who were at the Ways and Means Committee last week know that I actually had an amendment adopted at the Ways and Means Committee last week. And so I figure I'm on a roll now. It took 10 years for the first one, so I figure it would only take 5 years for the next one if I had the chance. But tonight ends an odyssey for me that began well over 40 years ago. It was in the spring of 1969 that the late Mayor Frank Lamb called me and asked me if I would serve on the Board of Trustees of the Public Library System, which began an odyssey that has rolled on over the years ever since then. I will always remain eternally grateful to the citizens of the Rochester community for the support that they've given me over the last 40 years, 40 plus years. My name went before the voters 9 times during that period, 5 times in citywide elections, and now, of course, 3 times in legislative district elections, and once actually in an election across the entire congressional district, but that's another story. And each time, each of the 9 times that my name went before the citizens of this community, they responded favorably to me, and I will be eternally grateful for the support and the faith that they placed in me. I would remind you, before I leave, that the ancient Greeks believed that the 2 most important professions were priest and politician. Priest in the generic term of religious leader. They believed those were the 2 most important professions because the priest cared for the spiritual welfare of the human being. And the politician was the other most important profession because the politician cared for the human nature of the citizen, of the people, cared for the welfare of the people. And therefore, the ancient Greeks believed that those were the 2 most important professions. We know, those of us who have been around a while, that indeed there are there have been, unfortunately, bad priests and bad politicians. But I got to tell you that in my experience, the vast, and I know the public currently is very down on politicians. But I got to tell you, in the long expanse of my experience, the vast majority of the people I have dealt with in this profession, Mr. President, have been very honorable, dedicated people interested in serving the people. And for those of you who are going to be here after the 1st of January, I would remind you of the nobility of your profession and the need for you to remember your function of looking out for the human welfare of the citizenry. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Willie Joe Lightfoot, he entered these chambers in 2006. Is that correct, sir? Thank you. Since becoming a legislator, Willie has served as the ranking minority member for public safety. He's also been a member of the Human Services Committee for over 10 years. Is that really true? Is that possible that you could serve on Human Services for 10 years? Yeah. You were there 12, that's right, you were, yeah. You did, didn't you? Okay, it's a lengthy, that's not, yeah, wow, that's impressive. Over the years, Legislator Lightfoot's been an advocate on behalf of his community time and time again, and I will tell you this, Legislator Lightfoot is one of those legislators that, from my standpoint, never wavered on what his values were, and his values were the people in his district. I believe that to be, whether it was being at your barbershop, whether it was working with you on lowering the farmer market fees, whether it was having a cup of coffee with you to talk about Costco's. You have always never wavered from that commitment to your community. Paul Haney just said what he said, and he was spot on. There's a lot of things that politicians today people don't like, but I will tell you this. There are 29 members in this ledge chambers, and there will be 29 new members, or not new members, but there'll be some new members coming in, and they are all good and honorable people. This is one of them right here. Willie, I want to thank you for your commitment to this community. I want to thank you for spending time on this ledge with me. And God dang, that's a nice looking shirt and tie.
I was going to do like I did in our caucus meeting. Thank you, Mr. President, for those kind words. And I was just going to say thank you and walk out. I'm serious. But my wife is here.
Oh, no.
So I have to kind of keep that going, like what I talked about before. First of all, this 10 year, I came in, I was 33 years old. And I came here through default. I was pushed into this position because my father passed, was laid in state. The Lightfoot family has over 40 years of community service and political service. I don't think you'll find another African-American family that has that legacy. And that's a big shoe, that's a lot for a 33-year-old kid to take on. I met my wife campaigning for my dad. And I remember I had my little line, you know my father? It worked, don't it, Joe? But this time it worked in a way, but she's from Florida, and she was here, new. She says, I don't know Willie Lightfoot. So, when you think about that, you really put that in perspective. I met my wife campaigning for my father. My first job was campaigning at 12 years old. I've been doing this all my life, And so what a lot of people didn't talk about, you talk about service to the community. Of course, no question. I don't think anybody record can touch my community service to this community. I don't say that to boast or brag. I really would put my record against anybody. As of just yesterday, Steve Tutorello washed clothes for us at his cleaners. We did 100 haircuts. We did 100 coats and hats and gloves. We did 400 toys to kids at the Boys and Girls Club yesterday. No media was there. We didn't do it for media. We do it to help move Boys and Girls Club forward, because that's what we're supposed to do as a community, to move forward. But nobody talks about the sacrifice that the family makes. My hats go off to my wife, my children. There's a huge sacrifice. I've seen a lot of divorces. I've seen a lot of situations like that over my years in being in this political game, and I call it that, a game, because that's what it is, at the end of the day. But my wife, we've been together for 24 years. She's the one that, to be honest with you, she's only been to 2 meetings. The one when I first came in 2006, and the one when I'm leaving.
She's very smart. She's very
I'm almost done. 3 movies sum it up for me. I'm a movie guy. I love movies. And I wrote them down so I wouldn't forget. 3 movies. The Godfather is one that helped me maneuver through everything that was going on here. I had all y'all named. All y'all got names from that movie. Y'all don't know. I could tell you later what your name was. The good, the bad, and the ugly. I've been through them all. But I like to think about the good more than anything else that we've done as a body, the farmer markets, the different things, Costco, the different things that we've been able to do as a body, the people that I work for, Carrie, Cindy, all of the legislators that I've had to work with for 10 years that are here, and all of you that I've been working with. And then I had to have a funny one, because we do have funny moments, and that was Distinguished Gentleman with Eddie Murphy. I wanted the one with Cam Newton. I started to think about that one, when the guy punches the dog in the face. Oh, yeah. That was funny. Legacy, cut the violence, consistency. We've done over 1,000 free haircuts. We've given out thousands of toys. And for me, a kid coming from Jefferson Avenue, most of my friends and colleagues that I grew up with are dead, in jail, strung out on drugs. For me to even be in this position, this month is the month that I have 20 years on the fire department. So I could retire tomorrow. You know what I mean? And most of my people I'm around, they don't understand the word retirement. I'm 43 years old, and I'm talking about retiring. I'm planning for the next couple of years for retirement. That's amazing. And to be able to come into this body and represent, and when I go out into the community, because my father was a popular politician. So when he died, nothing against former legislator Calvin Lee, who did an awesome job, but I had to represent two districts. The 25th, where my barbershop was, because they were used to going to Willie Lightfoot. So you know how our constituents is. We're gonna go. Maybe you don't, because you haven't had that happen to you. But his people came to me, right? And then I'm represent the largest Democratic voting district in the county of Monroe, is the 27th district. Over 9,000 registered voters. One of the most stable communities. I didn't represent the ghetto. I represent one of the most stable communities in this town. And they picked me 3 times with over 80% of the vote. You know what I mean? Every time my votes got higher and higher and higher. So my commitment, people recognize what I do, recognize the commitment that I did, and then to be able to leave and think about, because I'm so concerned about the people, how am I going to leave them? Who am I leaving them to? Lachey, she's left, but Lachey Harris is going to be the first African-American female to serve in the Monroe County Legislature. Think about legacy. There was one, Constance Mitchell, but she served on the Board of Supervisors, not the Monroe County Legislature. So even if you call her the second in 100 years, 100 years, there's going to be an African-American female sitting over there, and I helped make that happen. You know, that's amazing. That's the kind of legacy I'm proud of. I'm grateful for my wife and her sacrifice. I'm out of the political game. You will never see my name on another ballot. I'm serious. Well, I'm saying it. What you gonna do? You know? I'm done with that. It's a new chapter. It was a great journey. Met a lot of great people. It made a man out of me. I thought the military did that, but it didn't. Here, this made a man out of me. And we did some amazing, amazing things. As early as much as yesterday, but even the Charles Murray event. We didn't know Coach Johnson was going to pass away. We didn't know that. But we did something right. And we did it for a man that made him have a good experience before passing away and going on. That's the stuff that you can't write. You write books on that kind of stuff, you know? So I thank you, Maggie Brooks. I thank you, Mr. President. I thank all of my colleagues. I thank my wife who made the sacrifice and my children who made the sacrifice in this helping to make a man out of me, a better man out of me. And I'm looking forward to retirement. And believe me, you'll see me somewhere on some beach, relaxing, taking it easy, and enjoying my family. God bless everybody.
God bless you. Great job. The next legislator that I would like to acknowledge and to honor tonight is one that I will tell you that in the 10 years that I have known her, that I know she is a fighter. I know she is smart. I know she's articulate. I know that sometimes I used to get under her skin. Sometimes. It has been an honor for me to work with you for 10 years. You also entered the Ledge in 2006, part of that freshman class. And I know that you were the ranking minority member on the Planning and Economic Development Committee. How did that work for you? Good? It was great. I thought it was too. I really did. I was looking back through some of the notes and some of the minutes the other day. It was really good. I will say that she has also been on the Human Services for, I got to tell you something. That has always been one of the committees where it's been the longest. That there's a lot of body there. But Carrie, you took every single month, and every single month you came in there just exactly like it was your first month coming in there. That has to be respected and admired. It has to be respected and admired by everybody that's in this legislative chambers, that you were always looking out what was best interest of those people that were being served by our human services. And I believe to this day, and I bet you Kelly Reed would say the same thing, that not only is that good, that is great because it puts them and makes them better people too. And I think because of your efforts on that committee, I believe that today we do have a lot more things that we offer our community and the people that are served by the Human Services Department. And I got to tell you, I think that's admirable. You never let up. And that's a sign of a good athlete too. You never let up. It's always reset and let's go to the next game. In 2013, Ted O'Brien. Does anybody remember Ted O'Brien? See, I don't even remember. When Ted was here, I don't. Of course you do. Oh, that's right. You replaced him. Ted left for the New York State Senate, and Carrie was elected minority leader by her caucus and has served in that position for 3 years. Do you know what it's like to serve as a minority or a majority leader for 3 years? Do you know what that's like? I'm sure Steve's going to tell me. Carrie, I'll bet you can tell. It was fun, wasn't it? It was fun. It was fun. But again, what I most admire about Carrie is the way that she brought her passion here for what she believed was right all the time, every day. There was never a day that she didn't do that. I'm proud to call her up here today to get her plaque. I am proud to call her, I hope, my friend. I hope that I'm going to see you a lot more. All right? Here is your plaque. And the microphone is yours.
All right. Well, I like the microphone. I've already spoken a lot tonight, but I do have a few more words. First, thank you, Mr. President, Jeff, my friend, for those kind words. So here we are. 10 years have gone by, and I got to say, this room is just so full of memories for me. As Jeff really said, I mean, for me, the purpose I felt as being here has always been to stand up for what I believe is right, regardless of the outcome. And for us as Democrats, that's meant that we've waged a lot of losing battles. But the times I'm most proud of working with you is when we've stood by each other, when we've had each other's backs, when we've fought hard, and once in a while when that happened, we've won. And even if we've lost the vote, we've still won a lot of times in here. I want to thank you for allowing me to be your leader for the past 3 years. I know I haven't always been graceful, and I've certainly made mistakes, but it's been an experience that I'll never forget, and I will miss it, and I will miss all of you. Some of you I've worked very close with over the years. Paul, I got to say, I never realized how much I wanted to learn about the county's pure water system. But I am just so grateful for the education that you have given me and so many others, and how much time you have spent with all of us over the years, teaching us so much. You're invaluable. Justin, my friend, some people think that you're a little bit abrasive, but I know.
I don't.
Jeff doesn't. Nobody else does.
Nope.
But I got to say that you're the person I would want by my side in any fight. And I thank you for digging in with me during some very difficult times. Thank you. Junior, you got a lot of spunk and a lot of fight in you, so please keep it up. And be careful sitting on that chair back there. Cindy, Willie, Glenn, you guys have always been the voice for the most vulnerable in our community, and that's admirable, and it's needed, and your passion is to be commended, and I hope you keep it with you forever, and I know you will, because that's the people you are. To our staff, Dennis, Alex, Tom, and everyone who worked before you as well, we've been through a lot together. You guys work really hard for us. We never have really had a large budget or a lot of resources, but we've really managed to do a lot, and I thank you for hanging in there with me and all the work that you've given over the years. So the only thing I really ask of the Democratic caucus, those guys, you who'll be here next year, is, you know what, ask the question, and most importantly, listen to the answer, and then please ask the follow-up question, because that's where all the good stuff is. To my Republican colleagues, the times I've most enjoyed with you are like when we've actually gotten to know each other as real people, and like haven't taken ourselves so seriously. You guys, you always have the votes to win. All I've really ever asked of you is that you win by following the rules. And I would ask you to not be afraid to compromise every once in a while. As Paul alluded to just last week, we had to fix a mistake in one of Brayton's referrals, and Paul passed an amendment, and we got it fixed. I had to say it. And I think we could do that a lot, and things moved on, and it was fine. Some of you guys I've gotten to know pretty well over the years. Dan, I would say to you, I hope to see you on the river and fish on. Enjoy your life. Jeff, I can't wait to see you as a grandfather, and I look forward to spending a lot more time with you. Steve, I do have to be honest, I'm really not going to miss hearing about how hard you worked to pass your synthetic drug ban. But I will always remember working out some really good compromises with you. And lastly, to my friends over there at the administration table, there have been some special people at the table over there over the years. Of course, Scott, who's over at the table, is now here in the back. who I met in this room and then re-met running a half marathon because he was wearing a campaign shirt for Maggie Brooks and stood out in the crowd. So that's been very special. And, of course, Jerry Helfer, who most of us worked with and who we miss and we lost too early and who has left his mark on this chambers too. To whoever sits in those chairs next year, I have two things to say. I really hope that you force the next administration to buy you guys some decent microphones. And I'm truly going to miss, when I get to ask a question, that 30-second pause, and then the little huddle and the shuffling of the papers, and then the little voice that comes on and says, "We'll get back to you with that." That has truly made my evenings very fun. So I would be remiss to not acknowledge also the work of County Executive Brooks. Certainly we haven't always seen eye to eye, but there are few people who ever give as much of themselves to the public as you have, and so I thank you for that. I will truly always believe that there are far more things that we have in common than what separate us. Think of all the times that we've congratulated each other on weddings, college graduations, new grandbabies, completing marathons and finishing Tough Mudders, and just so many other experiences. And then, sadly, we've also shared a lot of losses in here together. Some of you have lost moms, some of us have lost dads, siblings, spouses, and we've grieved together. There are connections in this room that I hope to carry on, and I will carry on for the rest of my life. So I know I'll miss being here, at least somewhat or mostly, but I also know that things will totally carry on. And I just ask of all of you to keep up the fight and be true to yourselves, and have a great holiday.
Good job. That's a good job.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Thank you.
It's really nice to be able to say the words tonight because they come pretty easy to me about the legislators that have been before us and some of the ones that are about to be presented, their plaques. I will tell you this. Now, one of the legislators that have gotten up here have not talked about the dedication that the people in this body have to the community. And again, Paul, if you don't mind, I'm going to steal what you said, was they are very honorable people. One of them that I'd like to acknowledge at this time, and I really hope that I'm always going to be a good friend of his. I've never seen anybody work. Yes, actually I have. I believe that County Executive Brooks worked outside of the borders of the county as much as this guy did. Dick Yolovich is one of those people that just keeps going and going and going. Dick was there for me when the first day I was president and told me, whatever you need, let me know. And I believe that Dick has always been a great supporter of mine. I believe that he always has the county's best interest, whether he goes to inter-county meetings. He goes to inter-county meetings. He goes to inter-county meetings. And he serves us well on those meetings. Dick he stepped into these chambers too in 2006, part of that freshman class. I thought we were the freshmen. Weren't we the freshmen? Tony, weren't we the freshmen? I thought we were freshmen 7 or something. I don't know. We were on the back row, so I'll talk about that later. Dick has been the chairman of Ways and Means for 4 years, and prior to that, he was the chairman of Agenda Charter Committee for another 4 years. Holy gee, crap. Are you kidding me? Ways and Means and Agenda Charter? Wow. Even I didn't realize that. In addition to his leadership on those two committees, Dick has served as member of Transportation, Public Safety, Human Services, Intergovernmental Relations, Planning and Economic Development, and Public Works. Wow. He has not stopped. He does not want to stop today. He does not want to stop on the 31st. That was why his name was number 1 on that list. Okay? He wants to keep going, and he will. And he represents the towns of Parma and Greece. He's served on so many boards. You know what? Can I just stop for a second? Ways, Means, and he was our legislative representative on Comida. This guy is like the Rocky Balboa of our legislature. He has served the veterans, one part of it, he has served the veterans very well in this community. Always serving it, whether if he would always make sure that he was there, he would always make sure that he represented them. He was always, always, always an advocate for them. And I know that a lot of times if him and County Executive Brooks were at an event and they were together a lot, Dick was very proud to be there with her. And I believe that if there were times when his schedule could not make it or Maggie's schedule could not make it, the two of them would tag in, and both of them were fine representatives, and I know it's both near and dear to both of their hearts. Dick Yolovich, I'm going to miss you. So without me getting too much more about it, Dick, why don't you just come on up and I'll give you his plaque. Here's your plaque. Thank you. You're welcome.
You know, I got to tell you, you guys that went first, you're a tough act to follow. I don't know if I can do as well as you did, but we'll give it a shot. I put a few notes down here, and I don't even know if I'll get through them. But when I was scratching my head trying to figure out what to say here tonight, I thought back. I said, my God, I've been here 10 years, and I've sat through a lot of these plaque presentations. Actually, 2005, before we were sworn in, we were all here that night. That was a big class that left that night when we all came on. And I thought, my God, what am I going to say? What am I going to do? So I thought, I'm just going to break it down a little bit. I'll do a little bit about what I'm going to miss, maybe a couple memorable moments, what I won't miss. Susie saw me doing this last night, and she kind of laughed at me. She said, why don't you just sing thanks for the memories and go sit your butt down, But I don't even sing in the shower anymore, guys. It's a long time ago. Anyway, I will not miss working around the house, having to shower, shave, put on a clean shirt, drive downtown for committees, and have one item, 2 items, 2-3 minutes, and then go on back home, put the shorts back on. The other thing I won't miss about driving down here is driving around the COB 2 or 3 times, trying to find a parking spot so I can use my reserved red sticker tag. I do have a pet peeve, and I probably shouldn't even say this, but I'm going to anyway. When we were elected to serve our constituents and our county, and I really get a little bit bent out of shape when people are absent a lot or they're not punctual. I'm kind of been known for being punctual. That's whether it be caucus, committees, full legislature, other meetings, or whatever. And I won't dwell on that, but I think you guys know how I feel about it. Raising points of order kind of were part of my job. And whenever my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in my mind, got a little off task,
You have to remember there's another legislative body coming in here, and I just want to make sure that you understand there are some strategies to that, okay?
Oh, yes,
All right,
absolutely.
all right. Don't give away a whole lot, all right?
But the worst part of it all is I'd lose my point of order, so thank you, Jeff.
Too much information.
Yeah, I know, that's true, that's true. And over the years, being a chairman for, I guess I was a chair for about 8 years, 2 different committees. And I spent a lot of time with Carrie and Paul on those committees, and gently reminding them on occasion to address the questions through the chair. I'm going to miss doing that. I really. Another big thing is dodging the press when they were trying to get you for a gotcha question. That's pretty hard to do. I won't miss that at all. Maybe that's enough of that category, and I'll go to a couple of memorable moments here. And I think the guys that are leaving tonight will all attest to this. very memorable moment, being sworn in 3 times in this county legislature. And the first time absolutely was the best. We had a lot of fun that day. Willie's nodding. Yeah, I still have a picture on my bar of your wife and my wife on that day coming up off the elevator. So you're remembered in my house. You know, another good thing about being elected 3 times is being a winner on that stage. That's not a bad thing that night. That feels pretty good when you're standing up there. You were a winner. I guess one of my more proudest moments was co-sponsoring a bipartisan legislation with a Democratic colleague pertaining to the legal time and distance restrictions we put on protesters at military funerals. That was very important to me. It was very important to a lot of my friends in the veteran community, and I thought it was great that we did it in a bipartisan manner. During a particular tense time in our relationship with the other side of the aisle, the public defender controversy did draw a large contingent of protesters. And I can still see Willie back there conducting a group of them in We Shall Overcome as some of the organizers were being removed from the chambers. But you know, I think we've grown a lot since then. You don't remember that? I certainly remember it, Willie. I think we've grown a lot in cooperation and respect for each other since the beginning of our tenure back in those days. Graduating from the Pillitaire Institute of County Government in Albany at the NISAC conference was a great thing for me, and I'm sure for some of the other ones of you who have done it, it was a great thing too. 6 years ago, Jack Driscoll left this body, and that night, Jack said, or actually bestowed upon me, his title. He was called Jack the Elder. And 6 years ago, he bestowed that on me, and he said, Dick, you are now Dick the Elder. And you're all looking at me and saying, what do you mean? You're older than Haney? Yeah, I am. 3 months older than Haney. So I've been Dick the Elder for 6 years. And I thought tonight I was going to pass that back to District 13. But after doing some research, I'm not. It will be known as Frank the Elder from now on. So Al Coffer, you're the oldest guy here, baby. I'll miss being on our leadership team. I'll miss sharing Ways and Means. I'll miss knowing the real scoop on things and not having to depend on the media to tell us what's going on. I will really miss both sides greeting each other with handshakes, hugs, kisses, whatever, both before and after we do battle, either it be in committee or full-edge. You know, historically, once the rhetoric is done, we vote together 95% of the time or more. And we do that to do the best for our constituents and our taxpayers. I'm getting a little emotional here. I shouldn't be. Most of all, I'm going to miss working with every one of you. Every one of the legislators, every one of the staff, great staff we've had here in 10 years, different guys, but fantastic young people, and the administration. You've been great for us. Mr. Napier, you do wonders when we got questions, I'll tell you. So I appreciate that very much. And finally, Mr. President, it is my distinct honor and privilege to serve you and this honorable body. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dick. In 2004, 7 of us came together, and we were called the Freshman 7, and I know that we were called that. I believe we all sat kind of in the back row. Probably not Tony LaFountain. He was like really too cool for kind of us, and he might have been up on that second. Yeah, it was kind of different. So, right. Yeah, that's what I remember. That's kind of what I remember. Mary never sat in the back row either. Of course, we never. So. But anyways, one of the people that I have served with my entire term is, quite frankly, kind of a character. And I mean that in the most sincere way. Robert J. Colby, stay right there for a second. I want to say something nice about you. Robert J. Colby, who hails from the town of Ogden, is not someone that I guess I would have known too much. He was a farmer. He lived on the other side of town. I was a bread man. I lived on the south side. We didn't really know each other, but I'd learned a lot from Robert because back in those days, we sat in the back row. And I learned a lot about farming, farm implements, farm tractors, irrigation, pesticides, and several other things from Robert J. Colby, because Robert would give me and other people, and I will not mention who they were, farm magazine, that one right there. And I want to say that Robert has always been, and I've developed in 12 years I believe a very good friendship with him. He's been to my house on several occasions. He is a person that I respect and admire. I don't always agree with him, but you want to know something? As I said before, I believe that a lot of times the people that you don't agree with all the time, like your family and everybody else, are the people that make you stronger and they make you better. Robert was one of those. He entered these chambers in legislature in 2004, as I said. He has served as the chairman of Agenda Charter. He's been on Transportation and Human Service Committees, all as chair people, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Very good. Robert, I have been asked tonight by Minority Leader Carrie Andrews. Yes, I was. That the thing, we did not vote on it, all right? And there's no point of order, just leave it alone. All right. She has truly loved your food of the month. And Cindy, you did too. Yes, you did, because there was a lot of interaction. Somebody said something tonight a little bit about how much we learned about each other without sitting here at these chambers. Like, sometimes when the media thinks that all we do is, like, we don't like each other, I gotta be honest with you, I think we like everybody here. But they'll never print that, so I'm not going to try. That was good. Okay. Robert also was a part of intergovernmental relations, environmental public works, public safety, rec and ed committees. One fun fact about Robert J. Colby from the great town of Ogden. One fact. Do you know why his desk is right there? Does anybody know why? No, you do not know. And actually, it's because I wanted to put him there. I mean, I can actually put anybody wherever they want, right? Is that right, David? That is correct. Thank you. It is in the charter. I don't know if it's in the charter. Okay. Why? Because Robert was elected as a county legislator as a Democrat at one time. Yeah, come on. There we go. Yeah, it's the last. Yes, he was, Paul. Yes, Paul, he was. He had the endorsement of the Democratic Party. Robert, would you please come forward to accept your plaque? I think so.
We have a sunset clause, so we got to midnight, right?
Oh, jeez. Here we go.
Gotta get comfortable here, folks. I've been not known to say a lot of times, but like I said, we have midnight. Just a few other fun facts about me. I was the first. I'm the 7th generation in the area now called as Ogden to serve in a political office. Every generation of my family since 1802 that have been here have served in one capacity or another, either as county legislator or as a postmaster or as county on a town board or whatever. We've always had a family member that has served. The other nice fact is there is two other here tonight, but I was the first father-son county legislator to follow in his father's footsteps. Also, I already mentioned I think I'm the only person to run successfully on a Republican, Democratic, Conservative, Independent ticket and win. So, it is a fun fact. But for me, probably the most important thing I've learned since I've been here and that I appreciate is the lifelong friends that I have made as I have served here. And that's probably the most important thing that I'll take away from this. So with that, thank you.
It's not. No, I know. Yes, I would. Thank you very much. I would like, at this time, to, because we're coming down to the end of it, really, to be honest with you. This is the end of the class of 2004. This is the end of it. I will start out by telling you the gentleman I'm about to introduce to you and give him his plaque came on the ledge 1 month after I did. And Matt, I was sitting back there 1 month, and then I moved to where Sean was. Dan came in, sat down next to me, said, "Hi, I'm Dan Quattro." So far, have I got it right, Dan? Okay. I told Dan that you need to sit down and be quiet. Because that's what I was told that the back row does. Is that correct, Bill Smith? It was something like that, wasn't it? All right, back rows have changed a little bit. You've been back there a little bit longer, okay? But it was cool. Dan, to this day, 12 years later, reminds me of that constantly, that our first conversation was I told him to shut up. To say that Dan is a good friend of mine is an underestimation. Dan has been there through many, many things for me. He served here as a majority leader. He served here as assistant majority leader. He served as the chairman of Agenda Charter. He served as assistant minority leader or majority leader again. He's been on the committees of Transportation, Public Safety, Ways and Means. There's not a day that I don't know what Dan Quattro's doing because he says good morning to me every day. He says good morning to me every day. I can't take that friendship any farther than it has gone. Dan, I respect you. I admire you as a colleague. You are a great person. I know that you are going to be missed. I know that you are going to miss this. I know that you were one of the best people on the floor I've ever seen. And you did a great job. Today it ends, my friend, and as we said this morning, we're going to wrap this thing up tonight, and we're going to close up the house. Yes, we did say that. Dan, you're going to be part of those people. We're going to wrap this thing up, and we're going to close down the house tonight for us, because our time is done. Tony LaFountain, the town supervisor, is here tonight. I know that he's here because of all of us. Mary, Robert, Dan, and myself. Dan, please come forward to receive your plaque.
Well, Jeff, as usual, almost got the story exactly right. I did sit in that seat back there, and I did say to him, "Hi, my name is Dan Quattro." And he said, "Sit down, shut up, and do what LaFountain does." And that's exactly what he said, and I got to tell you, for the last 12 years, I've been doing exactly that. And I think that it has served me pretty well. It's really been an honor, and I've been thinking a lot about tonight. Jeff and I talk about it, like he said. Jeff and I speak every day, with very few exceptions. And I've been thinking about tonight for a long time, and 12 years is a long time to spend doing anything. And, you know, it brings back memories of the past. I started as city leader, and I remember one of the things I was asked to do as city leader was to interview candidates for county clerk, and one of those people that interviewed was Maggie Brooks. So I had the privilege of interviewing Maggie Brooks for the position of county clerk, and that was the beginning of a relationship that turned out to be a very special one for me. When I was majority leader, it was there were difficult times. You know, it was a change of chairman, and there were a lot of issues that were presenting themselves to this legislature that were difficult. So I found myself at a very young age, as a very young politician, sitting in the middle of that big table with Maggie at one end and the chairman at the other, and running and adjudicating a meeting. And lots has happened since that time, and lots of difficult things have happened, and lots of great things have happened. But during that whole time, as I mentioned earlier this evening to you, Maggie, you never once lost your poise. You've always been a lady and a great leader for not just our party, but especially for our county and our community. And you never lost sight, ever once, of the people, and you always reminded us of that. So it's been an honor and privilege for me to learn from you. Thank you very much. The other thing that was brought to my attention by a very good friend of mine was the grandeur of this business, and Paul mentioned it tonight. When you walk into this building, it's hard not to be captivated by it, from the beautiful stairways to the high ceilings, just to the absolute grandeur of this place. And you couldn't afford to build a building like this anymore, and the beauty of it. And then all of the history that's happened in this room and in the floors that are below us. It really should humble us, you know. And the thing that especially humbles me is that people went into a voting booth after vetting me. Sometimes I didn't have an opponent, but when I did, they vetted us. They read our literature, they saw our sweaty faces at the door, and then they actually pick you to do public service. And the one thing that I would say to the people that are coming to fill our slots is that never lose sight of that. What a great honor it is to have people select you to come here and spend or be stewards over their resources. And regardless of what your philosophy is, whether you're more progressive or you're more conservative, we all really do have the same end in mind. Regardless of whether we have different ways of getting there, we all really care for the people in this community. And to be selected to be able to lead this community and to care for the people in this community is a great and it's a humbling honor. And the other thing that occurred to me is, despite all of that stuff, and we've heard it a bunch of times tonight, is the family that this has become for all of us. It's an extended family in a lot of ways, and it's a real family in a lot of ways. You know, Willie, you talked about family tonight. I'm going to tell you, it's a short swim from Sicily to Africa, brother. So you and I, we're closer than you think. We're closer than you think. So we are all family in this room, and you know, there are some people that certainly stand out from the administration. Dan DeLoss is back there. Dan, I worked with you for I don't even know how long, and I consider you, sir, a statesman, right up there with the ranks of Jerry Helfer and Billy Napier. But you had a particular gift in calming people down and bringing people together, and your wisdom and the intellect that you brought to the job. And he's making a face back there because people rarely talk to you about your intellect, I'm sure. It's just great to work with. And when Scott was here doing the finances of the county, it was always just such an absolute delight to work with. And Bill Taylor. And then I remember sitting next to Bill Smith thinking, how the heck am I going to fill these shoes with his rhetorical ability and his intellect? And I'm sure that I didn't fill them to the degree that they needed to be filled. So there's lots of relationships. And Robert Colby talked about family too. And, it gets so strong between all of us that I'm going to be standing up next July with Robert in his wedding. And I feel kind of responsible for it because I pestered him to marry Darcy for so long. I think 5 years I begged you to marry her. You couldn't do much better, Robert. Believe me when I tell you. And the family extended to my father. He missed very few legislature meetings. And Tom Gregory, he would sit back there in the back with you, and you and my father became fast, thick friends. And thank you so much for the way that you cared for my father and all the nice things that you've always had to say about him. And my dad sat back there until just shortly before he became ill and passed away, and you really became a part of this family as well. And like I mentioned before, the two brothers, well, three brothers, Robert included, but especially these two guys, the taller guys in my life. Tony LaFountain, the supervisor now of the town of Penfield, has been just a mentor to me. You have to look far and wide to find a statesman and a leader like our Anthony LaFountain, and it shows in the way that you lead the town of Penfield and in the way that you lead your family especially. And I so appreciate your friendship. And Jeff, Adair, we do communicate every day. It's not going to end. Jeff is my best friend. We talk about things that are way more important than the stuff that we do in this building. And I'm going to certainly miss working with you, Jeff. It's my opinion that you're the best president that's ever sat in that seat or stood at that podium. I'm not the only one with that opinion. There are lots of people with that opinion. You did a fine job, and I watched you do it through county charter and through redistricting, and you did just a fantastic job. But more than that, Jeff, you are my brother, and you are my best friend, and I love you dearly. And what a gift you got today on the birth of your grandson. Thank you all very much.
I know it's getting late, but each and every one of these people have put in a lot of time in this place, and I would be remiss if we didn't spend enough time talking about them and what they've done. I will tell you that Mary Valerio has to be one of the sweetest, kindest, looks out for her district, looks out for her family in this chambers, looks out for her family that's sitting back there, and she is the constant legislator for her area. There isn't anybody that doesn't know Mary Valerio. Now, that's not to say that Tracy's not going to do a great job, because she's a great person too. And I think it's a wonderful handoff. But Tracy, you got some big shoes to fill, and I know you know that. And I've got a lot of comfortability that you're going to be okay. But Mary, I love you. You are an extraordinary woman. Jamie is very lucky to have you. He upgraded himself a heck of a lot. Sorry, Jamie, I just had to say that, okay? It's all right. Don't worry. Relax. There is nobody more dedicated to her position in her community. When Mary thinks of a community, she does not think of her community as just the boundaries of Chi-Li. Her community is this group in here. She loves each and every one of you in different ways. She loves doing things in the Rec and Ed Commission. She was there for 10 years as chair. I've never known, who was it? Never mind, doesn't matter. Jamie, we'll look that up tomorrow and we'll make an amendment to it. She did a great job. And, this is what county legislators are supposed to be. Every single person here, Willie said it tonight, Paul Haney said it tonight, Glenn said it tonight, Carrie said it tonight, Mary said it. These are people from our area. These are not, there's not professional politicians here. These are people that are farmers, that are firemen, that are teachers, that are doctors, and the list goes on and on and on. And they do this part-time. This is not a part-time job. This is not a part-time job. There's no way. The supervisor of the town of Wheatland, Herb Carlberg, when I won my first election as a town councilman, said to me, Jeff, this is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job, and don't you ever let yourself down, not one bit. Mary Valerio never let anybody down in this chambers, nor did she ever let anybody down in Chi-Li, nor does she ever let anybody down. Man, I can't believe what the kind of pressures must be on you every day. Mary, I want you to come up and get your plaque. I want you to know that I'm going to miss you. I want you to know, Jamie, I'm sorry, but I love her. She's a great person. And I think that this plaque is very fitting for you tonight. And I want to thank you. Yeah, happy baby. Okay. There you go.
I really don't have anything prepared. Yesterday I read something about qualities of leadership are two, being not assertive. It was, wait a minute, what, like I am, extroverted and organized. Look at that desk back there. I just cleaned it out. So I don't know. I came here kind of as, a victory over cancer. I had just gone through a whole year of all that crap. And my little boy back there it was an intern. And he said, Mom, you'd be good at this job. And I said, oh, James, I'm teaching full time. There's so much to do. I don't feel that strong yet. He said, Mom, you'd be good. So I thought about it, and I went for an interview, and God rest his soul, Mr. Minerick said, you'd be good. And I'm like, really? Okay. So they appointed me. And then the history of running, and one thing stands in my mind when we talk about knowing your people. I was in a very nice community, and I think I've told this story many times. And it was going door to door, and my husband was with me. He kind of sat in the car, got the brochures ready, and I went to the door, and I was talking to this lady, and she said, all right, the usual line that you give them is, if I can do anything for you, let me know. And she kind of stood there. And I said, okay, what's up? And this is where the guy upstairs comes in play. And she said, I don't have any food. Mind you, this is a very nice community that I'm in. These are the people that don't ask us for help because they don't want to bother anybody. And I looked at her wall, and she had all these pictures. And I said, who are these people? She said, they're my family. And I said, well, where are they? Well, I'm proud, and I have to pay my bills first, and then I worry about eating. So I said, okay, we're going to help you out. And I said, Jamie, head over to Wegmans, buy some things quick. And he
he brought them over, and sure enough, all she had was some crackers and peanut butter, and that was it. So the next day, I was in the same neighborhood. Then I came to a door of a woman who, oh, Mary, how are you? How are you? And I honestly couldn't tell you her name. But, you know, say hello to everybody. And I said, you know, there's a lady around the corner. Her name was Doris, I think. I said, do you know her? And she said, oh, yeah. And I said, well, why don't you ask her over for lunch? She's having kind of a tough time. And she said, well, her daughter lives right next door. And I said, okay. Holy Spirit, tell me what to say. So I went to the door, and the daughter came to the door, and she didn't have time to talk to me because she had company. But the husband was there, and he came outside, and he's a pastor of a church. So I said to him, and I really didn't know, but I don't know, the words came, and I said, Pastor, I know you do a lot for the poor and for the needy. I met a woman yesterday, and she's having a tough time. Do you think maybe you guys could help her out? And he said, sure, where does she live? And I gave him the address, and his jaw dropped. And that was, I'm telling you, that was why we're here. That was why we're here, so that we can touch people. And if we just keep that in mind, then you're doing a good job. Now you're going to say, well, you voted no. And I'm telling you, the reason I voted no is because I know that we're doing a good job over there. And I know that they have plans that maybe we don't know. Okay? And I know that I'm thinking of those Dorises that pay their bills. And there's nothing left. So I want to thank all of you who have touched me. As I said in my Rec and Ed committee, this is one education that you couldn't pay for. I mean, all the fields that we've learned about and all the beautiful people. And I want to talk to the people at the front table and the side chairs, because you guys are the backbone of this place. You do all the running and all the printing and all the phone calls, and you field the calls, and you help me write the letters and everything, and we can't thank you enough. And to all of my dear friends, mostly my brothers and my sisters, I've always had a lot of boys around me, and you know now I'm going to be a grandma again to another girl, so it's exciting for me. But I thank you. I thank you for your confidence in me, and never give up the fight, and God bless you. I love you.
This legislator came to us in 2005. During his time in the legislature, he has served in multiple roles and functions. I said before that being minority leader is not easy. It is certainly not easy to be majority leader. He has served well over 30 some odd months as the majority leader over there. He has worked with our caucus, he's worked with administration, he has worked with Carrie on different issues. Steve has a discipline about the way he does things that needs to be respected and admired. As I said before, if you have difference of opinions with people and they have different ways of looking at things, they can make you a hell of a lot stronger than they will make you weaker. Steve has been a colleague of mine since 2005. He has been a person that I respect. He has been, he loves He loves the political life. I know he does. He is going to go on and he is going to serve in his town and the town board. And I will tell you this, there is nothing like serving on a town board. There is nothing like being a town supervisor. Is that correct, Mr. LaFountain and Mr. Smith and Mr. Rylick? It's the greatest job in the world. It is. It's a great job. And it's great to be on a town board. Steve, you've maneuvered us through thick and thin. You have maneuvered us through some really good times and some really tough times. You have also served as the assistant majority leader for us. You have been chairman of Transportation Committee, Planning and Economic Development. You've been on the Public Works, Intergovernmental Relationships, Recreation, and Ed, Agenda Chartered, and Ways and Means Committee. Did you miss any of them? I know maybe one. I don't think so. No, I mean, I don't think you, I think all your committees are kind of, that's a lot of them, isn't it? Yeah, maybe most of anybody. I have worked closely with Steve over the past 3 years. I have enjoyed having him as majority leader. He has made my life a lot more simplistic and easier for me to be president of this ledge. As Minority Leader Andrews said tonight in tongue-in-cheek, and I know she meant it in sincerity, Steve did work very hard on the synthetic drug law, and he is very proud of that. Again, what I've said all night long, and when I get up here, I'm not going to have a lot to say because everybody's already said everything. But I will tell you one thing, that's what makes us great here. We are a great bunch of diverse people that bring a lot to the different tables and the passions that we bring. Steve brings a passion. I want to say thank you to my friend, to my colleague. I wish you the best of luck serving the town of Gates. I have a feeling you're going to be out there and about in a lot of different places in the next few years. And I don't think Gates is the last place that we'll ever see you or cross your path. I may be selling worms down at Canisius Lake, but I will see your name in the newspaper. I would assume that to be true. Mr. Tutorello, our majority leader, would you please come forward? You're welcome. You did a good job. That's yours. That's mine.
Well, that's very nice. First off, I'd like to thank my family, my wife, my 2 children, my parents. Without the support of family, this is not an easy job, and in the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is the people that you go home to, whether it be in your house or in your community. I kind of like it up here. You guys might see me up here from time to time. Probably not.
2 minutes.
Thank you. I wrote a lot down because I have a lot to say and I didn't want to miss much. Being in the Monroe County Legislature has truly been a wonderful experience for me. Leading a great caucus of good people, all good friends, every last one of you. Serving the residents of the community that I was born in and raised in. I'm fortunate to be able to continue my service to my hometown, Gates, as a member of the town board in January. As I leave my post here in Monroe County, I am absolute in the knowledge that we are in exceptional hands with our incoming county executive, Cheryl D'Onofrio, and the excellent legislators that will make up this body in 2016. I want to thank some very special people that have helped shape not only who I am in politics, but have had an incredible impact on my life. First off, the person that's responsible for me being here in the very first place, my mentor and friend of 23 years, former president of the Monroe County Legislature, former supervisor of the great town of Gates, Ralph Esposito. He's an amazing person, and I can never repay him for all he's done for me. I want to thank my majority leader, current supervisor of the town of Pittsburgh, Bill Smith. We worked together for just 2 years. In that short amount of time, we forged a great friendship. And the week that I became majority leader, I called Bill, and I spent a Saturday afternoon at his house, and I learned an awful lot. I often refer to that day as the Bill Smith School of being a majority leader. Bill, thank you so much for all you've done for me. I appreciate it. I want to thank the man that I've been able to lean on every day for the last many years, my friend of 20 years, former legislator, current supervisor of the town of Greece, my chairman, Bill Rylick. Bill, thank you so much for your support, your wisdom, your trust, your confidence, and your friendship. They mean so very much to me. I want to thank my good friend of 8 years. We've never left each other's side, not once. There's never been daylight between us, not even for a second. The past 8 years wouldn't have been as rewarding, interesting, or fun if it wasn't for you. Anthony, you are my brother. My only regret is that I can't be here 2 more years with you. I also want to give a special thank you to 2 good friends, former Vice President of the Monroe County Legislature and current Supervisor of the town of Perryton, Mike Barker. Mike is a very good man. I learned a lot from him early on. And my Assistant Majority Leader, who sits here today, Dr. Joe Carbone. Both of you great men. Thank you. I want to acknowledge my Chiefs of Staff, Andy Moore, Justin Fiesel, Bill Napier, Brett Walsh. I also want to acknowledge Jerry Helfer. I leaned on him an awful lot when he was the liaison to the county exec's office. Gentlemen, thank you for putting up with my stubbornness, and I know you understand exactly what I'm saying. I appreciate your professionalism and all you've done. It's been a wonderful job that you folks have done. Thank you so much for everything. The last time we had this many plaques handed out was 10 years ago. It was 2005. I remember sitting there having 2 thoughts while listening to legislators give their speeches. The first, these folks seem sad to be leaving. And second is, 10 years is an awful long way off. You know, first I was right in the fact that it is sad to be leaving an institution that has been part of your life for the past 10 years and the people that you've served with. My caucus has become my extended family, good people that I've walked through fire with. I never had a doubt that we'd have each other's backs. Thank you, each and every one of you. To my friends that I've served with the past 10 years in the Democratic caucus, I've enjoyed serving together. I think we've done something special here. We've started out in a contentious manner, and we've built working relationships, friendships. A few weeks ago, I had a reporter ask me why we just don't get along. My reply was that we get along well. We talk, we help each other, we have coffee, and sometimes we even break bread. We agree on many things, but not on everything, but we do our best to respectfully debate how to proceed. Last week, I helped Willie with an event he was preparing for at the Boys and Girls Club. That event took place last night. I was happy to step up. I know that if I needed his help, that Willie would be there for me. Willie, you're a good man. Thank you so much for all that you do. And tonight, I'm very proud that we passed a Democratic referral that Carrie and I have worked on for quite a long time. Ending this session on a note of bipartisanship, I truly hope that the lines of communications are kept open and the leaders work together to provide good government to the people of Monroe County, as we always have. Thank you, Carrie. I've enjoyed working with you. I consider you a friend. We should be proud. Much has been accomplished in Monroe County in the past 10 years. A few that are important to me personally. The MCC downtown campus. Higher education is a key to success, and when that is completed, it's going to bring higher education to so many people who will benefit from it. It's a very proud moment when we were in there a few months ago to basically have the groundbreaking. I know that's going to be good for our community. The Mill Seat landfill expansion, I considered that a very big deal. The tax rate being lower now than it was 10 years ago. Families are having a tough time. We shouldn't place any more burden on them. My social hosting law, it was the first law I had, and of course the synthetic drug law. My second law, it took me 18 months to get it through from the time I conceived it to the time it passed. Sometimes I wonder if passing that law we saved lives, or how many we may have saved. Synthetic drugs are a very, very bad thing. We were able to get them out of retail locations and off the streets in Monroe County, and I think that was a big deal. People don't know how impacted they may have been from that. The reconfiguring of the Hinchy-Pixley roads, the intersection in the town of Gates. If you're from Gates, that's a big deal. So a lot of people tell me that all the time in Gates, so I think that's a big deal. None of these accomplishments would have been possible without the leadership and the support of our county executive. Maggie, thank you very much. I want to conclude with a confession tonight. I was wrong. 10 years wasn't a long way off. It's tonight. Unless, of course, we have a special meeting. No, we won't. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Ready to wrap things up? Oh, okay. Would Vice President Anthony Agnelli please forward? At your service, Mr. President. The floor is yours. All right. Well, Jeff set a clock, and as with things, Jeff, he's dead nuts on. So I'll make sure we get it done. You like that? All right. But before we, I just want a moment. First person standing up who will be here next year. We're 11 legislators tonight. If you count Carmina, who we just left months ago, and vacuum that left behind to the heart, the dedication, the focus, the passion, the intensity is incredible. And I'm sure 10 years ago, I wasn't here 10 years ago. I'm sure we felt the same way. And I think it's great that we have some of our new legislators here tonight to see really what this means as a body, what it means for our community. And I think what we're doing here right now is more about what it means to us in our hearts. I think you run for this office and you get here and you think it's one thing, and then you get here and there's many times where we're thinking, what are we actually doing here, right? But you listen to the speeches tonight and you look at the faces and you see the tears and you realize that this is way, way, way bigger than just a governmental body. And what we do here is done by passionate, good people. So that's enough, but I just want to thank all of you that are leaving and tell you how grateful I am, and I think I speak on behalf of everybody else who's going to be here following in your footsteps and carrying out what you've taught us and what you've started. So thank you. And now, Jeffrey R. Adair, my president. Now, if you notice, this is the first time I've ever had to do anything as a vice president. So I'm milking it a little bit. But it's a testament to how good this guy really is. I mean, he does not miss a beat. Jeff came here 11 years ago in the legislature, and I actually met Jeff about 12, 13 years ago. And at that time, I was, maybe a 31-year-old punk who thought I should be the next legislator from the 12th District. And I didn't know who Jeff was. I didn't know what he knew. And all of a sudden, we show up at a meeting, and I had never met him before, and we were in front of one of our Republican committees, and I was going to convince this committee that I should be their candidate. And all of a sudden, I'm standing like this next to the supervisor from Wheatland, and I realized that that's just not going to happen right now. So, Jeff, to all of us, is truly a gentleman and an upstanding guy. He looks like a president, and he acts like a president. He has been stern when he's had to be, but he always had an ear for everybody. I think, as the third longest serving president, for the last 6 years, you've not only been fair and hardworking,
but you've truly brought respect to the position of president, not that it wasn't there before, but I think you are the epitome of class, and whoever serves after you has huge shoes to fill, and I think when Dan said you'll be remembered as one of the greatest presidents that's ever served over this body, I would echo that, and I think I'm so proud to have served under you, and I'm sure you're not going to be far away. Now some of the technical stuff. So Jeff served as a councilman in Wheatland. He served as supervisor. He served as vice president of this body for 4 years, served as president for 6. He was chair of transportation. All this stuff, I kind of wonder if you're about 75 years old, but he served on human services, ways and means, planning and economic development, and rec and ed. But I think more importantly, what he's brought to this office and to this body are the other things he does. Teaching those kids. He does that. You don't hear about that. Every time I walk into this building, not during a ledge time, he's giving a tour to some kids or speaking to a group of people who just became U.S. citizens. Those are the things that are above and beyond the call of duty and what have made Jeff truly a special president and a special addition to the history of this county. And with that, I, in theory, have a plaque here for you. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Yeah, it's right there. There you go. Well, I knew I forgot something. But Jeff, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Thank you. It's 11 o'clock, and we need to go home, and a lot's been said tonight. I am very gracious for your applause. I am very honored that I got to serve in this chamber. I have been very honored for the last 6 years to be the president of this chambers. I am very honored for the people that I have made friends with, for the people that have helped me out. I want to say to County Executive Brooks, it's been my honor to fly on your wing all these years, and I would do it again if I had to. I will tell you that I had a clerk before this, Cheryl, and she taught me the ropes to running this operation over here and making sure that we ran things right. And I want to thank Cheryl for that too. There have been numerous people that I can think of that have helped me out as far as me learning to be a little bit more political than not. I know Lisa's here tonight. Lisa, thank you for all you did for me when you were the chief of staff. Bill Napier, thank you. I learned a lot. Brett, you're doing a hell of a job. Keep it up. It isn't easy. I know. Lisa used to always remind me that it isn't easy. I had something really good happen today. At 3:15 a.m. this morning, I became a grandfather for my very first time. Thank you. And Harrison Jeffrey Markle is waiting for me in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania right now, because I have to meet him. And I intend to get up tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. I usually get up around 4:45, and I intend to drive down to go meet him because I need to say hello to him. I can't tell you what an honor it's been to serve here, and I cannot tell you how much the friendships and everything that everybody said tonight is absolutely true. Absolutely true. I have friends over here and I have friends over there, and I can't even think of the political party thing at all. I know that I'm going to miss this. I am really going to miss being in county government. It's tough. It's tough. But there are other things I'm going to be going on into my life, and maybe, maybe I'll be a better bread man than I am today. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try. I need to reach out, and I need to say thank you to my staff now. John, I know you're over there. John's been sitting over there for the last couple years, minding his own business and trying to keep me straight. Does a great job at it. Pat, we've been together forever. Pat, thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your help. Deej, part of the axis of evil, my friend. Someday, you and I are going to invent that super collider that's going to come to Monroe County. Okay. Said it twice. Thank you. Heather, thank you very much for all you do, for being here, for helping me out, for always being there for me. I appreciate that. I will tell you that, Jamie, it's going to be hard not to be with you, because you truly are a daughter to me, and you have been so good to me. You really have, and I thank you for that. To the new legislators that are coming in, have fun. Don't forget, you're representing 25,000 people in your district. Don't forget that what we do up here in this fourth floor is not what goes on out there in the real world. Stay out in your districts. Have office hours. Go to events. Represent those people well. That's what you want. That's what you want to be known for. Don't lose sight of where you are, and don't lose sight when you come into these chambers. Most of the time, what goes on in these chambers is methodical, it's academic, and it goes on and it goes on. We are very proud and honored, I think, as a body, as all of us should be, of what County Executive Brooks has done and what we have done as a body. We have done remarkable things. We have the best park system in America for a county. I know that for a fact. I would challenge that. As far as public safety, our people are safe. Our people are safe here, and it's never been doubted that we have one of the best. I don't know if there's much more to say past 11 o'clock, because I know the news has started. I've already missed Hogan's Heroes tonight. It is on tomorrow night. You're right, Deb. I know that the Democrats, you never voted for me for president. I know that. I know that. However, I believe, as I was told when I was elected as town councilman, that once you're elected, you represent everybody. I have done my best to be president for all of you. And I hope that after tonight, you will think that and believe that I was always trying to put the best interest of this body and this county first. I depart sad. I wish there wasn't a term limits either. I gotta be honest with you. It does. It does. And it goes fast. It goes fast. But anyways, everybody, Maggie, to your administration and your people, thank you very much. Dan DeLoss, thank you very much. Your friendship and the things that you've done for me, unbelievable. Bill Taylor, no words can come to my mind of what I think and how I feel about you. You know. So, that's it. We are almost done. I am going to go back up there one more time. I'm going to direct the majority leader to say a few words. and then we're out of here. So thank you very much for putting up with me tonight. Thank you for putting up with me for the last 6 years. I have truly, truly, truly enjoyed every minute that I've been here. I mean that. Thank you, everybody. We're going back to work. Okay, I would like to wish you all a happy, safe, healthy holiday season. I would like to wish all of you a happy New Year's. And for one last time, Legislator Tucciarello.
Mr. President, this session of the Monroe County Legislature stands adjourned. Sine die. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.